Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Good morning. How y'all doing? Y'all are up early. Let's see if we're going to start on time. I have court this morning, but I have my computer somewhere where the stream will be fine. We won't miss a beat today. We're going to see if Mr. Zachary comes back, and it looks like we are about to get started. We may be on time today. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday. I got to get my coffee, guys. I have. Good morning. Good morning, y'all. Good morning, Saudi Arabia. Somebody sent me a Starbucks gift card. Who was that? Thank you so much. Who sent me that Starbucks gift card? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Well, guess we're not on time. I have three court hearings today. I have one, my first one is in Cobb County. Then I have to go to Fulton, and I have one in City of Atlanta. But I'm with you guys today. I'm going to be tuned in and checking in. We got some good Wi Fi. Okay, looks like we're about to get started. Made it on time.
Kamala Harris knows what it's like to carry our
Oh, not with
children,
the
our
ads.
jobs, and our parents. She had a busy job, but when her mom got cancer, she was by her side every step of the way. So trust Kamala knows what we need: lower prices and lower taxes, taking a sick day or helping a family member, and still being able to pay all the bills on time. So let's elect a president who knows what it's like and what our families need.
Y'all know I don't like Dennis Byron. Y'all know I cussed him out in front of the courtroom the other day. I do not like him, y'all. So I could believe it. I almost left too after that. I said, "What is that?" My friend got it up playing for me, but I'm gonna let her log into my YouTube so it don't have any more ads. I almost left too, Rashawn. I'm 4 minutes from my office. Right. Y'all just bear me for 3 minutes. I just wanted to make sure I was on time. I'm in a car. I just want to make sure we didn't miss anything. Good morning, everybody. We almost got 200 people in here early. Thank you. Love y'all. We got to get to 700 again today. We did good on Friday. Exactly. Good morning. All right, looks like we starting, guys.
All right.
Hit the like.
Anybody have any for this morning? Anybody? We had got our witness lined up. the witnesses here. Do you know whether the jury is ready? Not yet. That got filed on Friday, right now, while we wait for the witness and the jury.
Good morning. Good morning, Christian. Your Honor, this is, and good morning, Your Honor, and good morning to everyone. This is motion limine number 60. And may I just have 1 second, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thanks. And the import of this, Your Honor, is that the state is calling a witness. His name is Mr. Bush, Busch. And he is the significant other to Jeffrey Williams' mother for a long time. They're not actually married, but they've been together for a long time. And the state has a police report, and they sent out an officer that on January 13th, 2015, approximately 1:00 a.m., there's a shooting of a home. That responding officer, stated that he had information that the home is occupied by two persons. One is Mr. Bush, one is Mr. Sturkey, Sturkey. And there was a bullet hole to the front door of the home, and also two vehicles had broken glass based upon what is believed to be projectiles going through the windows of the items of the cars. So what I believe the state is intending to do with Mr. Bush is to relate that he lived there. He doesn't live there, but he's been there. One of his cars was there. Jeffrey Williams' mother doesn't live there. And they are relating it back to two plus days before the shooting of Donovan Thomas, and it's, quote, retaliation. The problem I have with this is I don't believe that the nexus has been laid. The state does not allege, I don't believe, who did the drive-by shooting. They are just saying that it was done in retaliation of the killing, and therefore it was targeted to Mr. Bush, who doesn't live there but has ties to that home, and therefore somehow this proves that Jeffrey Williams was involved in the shooting.
Is Mr. Bush the owner of the home?
No,
That part's wrong too.
he is not the owner of the home, but he had lived there previously. He had moved
Okay.
out. So I don't want the court to be misled. He had lived there. It's just he was not living there at that time. He hadn't lived there for quite a while, and Jeffrey Williams' mother was not living there. So to me, there's steps, the way I think, I just think very simply, there's steps missing. And what the state is saying is that there's been, I think the number is 40 or 60, I can't remember right now, but retaliatory shootings. And it's just like the court will remember, I believe, the Blue Flame incident. That's one of their retaliatory shootings. And the way the state says that is, well, a gun, shell casings found from a gun, a discharged weapon, are the same type or match shell casings that are found in another incident that relates to this supposed gang shootings back and forth. And the court excluded that witness entirely, told the jurors to ignore the witness or forget the witness unless it ties up later based upon the defense motion. And I feel like this is the same. Without knowing who the shooter is, without knowing the motivation of the shooter, it is pure speculation that this somehow ties back to Jeffrey Williams. And that will be the argument, I believe. That is my motion, and I'd ask and tighten up all of these supposed retaliatory shootings, because several of them are this. It's the theory. It's really the theory of the prosecution, but we don't go on theories.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Love?
Thank you, Judge. And Your Honor, of course, we do go on circumstantial evidence. And in this particular case, the state is not going to have anyone try and testify that Jeffrey Williams had anything to do with the shooting of the home. Well, he shot up the home where his mother's ex or current was living at the time, or may have lived before then. Our evidence, I believe, is that at the time that officers arrived on the scene, they spoke with this person, Mr. Williams's mom's paramour.
Mr. Bush?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Bush. And that it was conveyed to them that he, along with his roommate, Mr. Sturkey, lived there. So I know the court seems to get conflicting accounts or interpretations of what discovery has shown. And that is why we believe it is vitally important that the jury alone be given the opportunity to decide what weight to give, what information comes before it, and that the state not be curtailed based on the theories of the defense from showing the evidence to the jury and allowing them to make their decisions. We have several interviews. We have witnesses who say things that, and I don't want to try and represent to the court that there's going to be a line drawn that somebody said, I overheard this person say they shot up this house because it belonged to Mr. Sturgis or Mr. Sturkey, Mr. Bush or Mr. Sturkey. But what I am saying is that we're getting a lot of these attempts to curtail the state's case by limiting what the state is allowed to put up as if. So we've asked that the court deny the motion in limine and allow the state to put up its strongest case, given that we have the burden of proof, no one else does, and that we should be allowed to put up as much evidence as the court allows us to prove each element of every count and every act in this case that we seek to put up.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to deny this motion in limine. It is given that there is evidence that Mr. Bush had lived at the house, still claimed, some sort of an interest in the house, and is related to Mr. Williams' family, not by blood, but I mean, he has a relationship with that family through Mr. Williams' mother. It's an admissible inference that a jury could draw. So I need to make sure that whomever, if there's going to be a police officer who reports on this, that they don't refer to Mr. Bush as Mr. Williams' stepfather, since it doesn't sound like that's accurate, but.
Right, and to the extent that Mr. Bush referred to himself as any particular way, we would expect to have him testify about that.
I mean, sure, however he wants to refer to himself, but so anyway, that's my ruling on that.
Thank you.
Can I ask
Thank
you a
you.
question?
Uh-huh.
Just if it matters to the ruling. Even the police report on page 4 or 5, which I attached to the
Right.
motion, it's the third to last page. Starting at the 6th line from the bottom, Mr. Bush never arrived. What you just heard was just wrong. Mr. Bush wasn't on the scene. It's Mr. Sturkey, the other gentleman, who came on the scene and spoke with law enforcement. Neither was home. No one was home at the time. And Mr. Sturkey appeared and he advised that Mr. Bush frequents the house but does not stay in the house at night. So Mr. Bush did not arrive on the scene. That's what was just represented to you, if that matters in your ruling.
All right. It does not change my ruling.
Can we have a continuing objection, Your Honor?
You may. Do you know whether we have Mr. Zachary yet? Is the jury ready now? Okay. All right, let's get Mr. Zachary in and pick up where we left off. Yeah. Coming up to the witness stand, take your hood off, please. Thank you. All right, we have Mr. Zachary back on the stand. I'll remind you, Mr. Zachary, that you're still under oath. Ms. Love, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, Mr. Zachary. Mr. Zachary. When you testified on Friday that the last grade that you attended was 8th grade, what school were you attending at that time? I'm going to put the microphone closer to you. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Zachary, would you please lean into this microphone so that both the court reporter and each of the jurors can hear you as well as the defendants, okay? What school was it that you were attending when you said the last grade that you finished in school was 8th grade?
Oh, it was CEP or Turner School.
Say that again?
CEP or Turner School.
And what does CEP stand for, please?
I don't know.
Was it CRIM?
No.
Okay. Where was it located?
Off of Cleveland somewhere.
All right. And what year was that you would have
I don't know.
dropped out of 8th grade?
I don't know.
All right. Mr. Zachary, we were also talking on Friday about an August 5th, 2015 interview that you had with Detectives Gaither and Dennis. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Now, is it that you don't remember talking about it on Friday, or you don't remember the interview in 2015? Which one is it?
I remember having an interview, but I don't remember.
Mr. Zachary, would you please lean into the microphone and speak loudly enough for the jurors to hear?
I
you?
remember having it, but I don't remember.
Okay, you remember having it. What don't you remember then?
I just don't remember.
When you say you don't remember, what are you talking about?
I don't remember what happened.
Okay, what happened during the interview?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, since you remember having the interview on August 5th, 2015, when you met with Detectives Gaither and Dennis at the Atlanta Police Department, do you remember them asking you what grade you completed in school?
No.
Okay. Do you remember, let me ask you a different question then. Do you remember telling them that you graduated?
That was a lie.
Mr.
I don't
Zachary,
remember.
I can understand. And would you do me a favor? Even if you say it was a lie, if you could just tell me if you remember saying it or not, and then we can get to whatever else you want to say, okay?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember telling them that you graduated?
No.
Do you remember them asking you how far you got in school?
No.
All right. Do you remember, even if you don't remember telling them that you graduated, do you remember Detective Gaither asking you whether or not 8th grade is what you meant or something else, because people graduate from 8th grade?
I ain't graduate from 8th grade. Last graduation was kindergarten.
Okay,
I was in Turner School, everything else.
okay. So do you remember Detective Gaither asking you whether you graduated from, what grade you graduated from? Do you remember her asking
Objection,
that?
relevance.
Sustained.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you graduated from 12th grade?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you graduated from CRIM?
Objection, asked and answered.
Your Honor, I have not asked that question at all. I have not asked that question about
Graduated from there.
whether he graduated 12th grade from CRIM. I've not asked that question.
Overruled.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you graduated 12th grade from CRIM?
No.
Okay. Do you remember whether or not, let me ask you this, since you remember The interview. Do you remember whether anyone was in the interview room when you got there?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you come over to the interview room from the jail or from your home or from somewhere else?
Jail.
All right. So were you in a uniform like like similar to the one you had on Friday, but a different color?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were you handcuffed?
I don't remember.
Do you remember, since that part you don't remember, do you remember how many people were in the room with you?
I don't know.
Do you remember substantially less today than you did on Friday since the weekend?
Friday, I was probably on like 5%, 10 milligrams of morphine. I don't remember nothing.
Do you remember or do you know what your doctor said about your ability to testify despite what medicine you're on?
Cause for hearsay.
I'm asking, do you know?
He probably ain't never took no drugs.
Okay. So that's not answering the question. Do you know what your doctor said about your ability to testify despite what drugs you were on?
No.
Were you not present when your doctor said that?
Yes, I think.
Okay. Where were you when you heard him say that?
I don't remember now.
Do you not remember sitting in that chair right there?
I remember him being on the screen.
Okay.
Y'all ain't supposed to have him on no screen.
What now?
Y'all had me high. Y'all just talk me, trick me up on anything.
Say that for me again.
Y'all ain't even supposed to have him on no TV screen.
What?
I don't, cause I put my business, my medical business all over the world and junk, man.
Okay.
I was high. I was on medicine, full of medicine. The lawyer was back there arguing with me. I don't remember nothing.
Okay. So you did hear what he said?
I remember him being on the screen. That's all I remember.
Okay. Do you remember saying anything to anyone that you were not able to proceed or think clearly?
Y'all ain't asked me. I remember that.
Have you answered a few questions since you've been on the stand that I didn't ask you?
I don't remember.
All right. Now, you are considerably quieter than you were on Friday. Does that medicine make you sleepy or something else?
Relax.
Relaxed? You seem a little bit more relaxed today.
I'm
So
angry today.
you are or are not?
I'm angry today.
Okay. So you're angry, but have you taken the same medicine today?
No, y'all won't let me get it. Y'all, I'm telling them I'm in pain whole weekend. Y'all got me caged in the house. Y'all down there got my mama like she locked up. Like
Wait a minute.
can't leave the house, can't do none of that. Like
And that makes you angry with the state, right?
I'm going through withdrawals. Yes, I'm angry.
Okay. You said caged in a house. Are there bars on the home you were in?
No, they telling her when she can leave, this and that. I ain't agreed to none of that.
Did the state make you go back to the Fulton County Jail?
See, they should have. If I let my family feel like they locked up, I go lay down. I ain't tripping. I ain't one of them people scared to go to jail. I don't did 8, 9 years. I ain't scared of jail.
Okay. Did you want to go back to the jail?
It don't make me none.
Did you tell the court you would rather be in the jail than be at your
Before I
mom's
let
house?
y'all just keep putting my family through this for something I did, I'm a grown man. I got my own house. I got my own everything.
Mr. Zachary, can you allow me to finish asking you questions before you answer? Did you tell the court that you'd rather be in jail than stay at
I
your...
don't know.
Your Honor, would the court please apprise the witness to allow me to finish the question before he answers?
Listen to the whole question before you answer it and try to answer the question that is asked, please.
Thank you. Did you ever tell the court that you would rather be in the jail than at your mother's house?
I don't know.
Sir?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, were you handcuffed inside your mom's house?
I might have well. Y'all took my phones. I can't do nothing. I ain't agreed to none of that.
Okay, that's not the question I asked. Were you handcuffed inside your mom's house?
No, I was on house arrest. I laid one on my leg.
A leg, okay. So do you now recall graduating from CREM?
No, I never
Objection
graduated. Last
asked and
graduation.
answered.
Ever rule.
Do you,
Last graduation was kindergarten, everything else was attorney schools. Attorney school don't have graduation.
okay. Do you recall finishing 12th grade at Crim? You have to answer.
I told you I never made it to no 12th grade.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis in August 5th, 2015, that you finished in either 05 or 09, something of that?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I don't want to speak in front of the jury. May I approach with the
Yes.
relevance?
Yes.
Good morning for those of you just joining us. So I don't know how many bench conferences we are going to have today, but we're on our first one. This is very interesting so far. We see how today is going to go. Um, so I really don't know. I'm pretty sure Mr. Zachary will take us at least through today, if not tomorrow. I'm on the way to court, Leah. I have court in, I told you guys I have court in Cobb this morning, and then I am going to Fulton County. I have 2 hearings in Fulton. I don't know. I guess they're trying to, say he can't. I don't know about the medicine. I don't even understand why she is going down this line of questioning instead of just getting to the questions. Good morning, everybody. I'm in Atlanta. I'm not home, so I'm not in my car. I'm in Uber headed to Cobb to do a hearing. Then I'm headed to Fulton where I have 2 hearings, and of course, probably go put my head in one seat. Yeah, I actually think this is always what it is.
In a half mile, take right exit 263. In a half mile, take right exit 263 onto Georgia 120 toward Marietta using the right lane.
See how long? I wonder what they are talking about. I thought in this, yes, K Bear's mama. How you doing? I honestly thought that the judge said she had no problem with him having his phone and that he was going to get his phone back. So that was interesting to me.
Take right exit 263 onto Georgia 120.
Looks like we'll be starting.
Did you go down? And I'm sorry, Judge, I left the microphone over here. Did you go down to the Atlanta Police Department? Did you go down to the Atlanta Police Department because of a request from Detectives Gaither and Dennis, or did you request to speak with Detectives Gaither and Dennis?
I ain't never request speak no police.
Okay. Do you know whether anyone made a request on your behalf?
No, I know ain't nobody did nothing like that.
Do you recall Detective Gaither telling you, okay, so you wanted to speak to us, we're here. You kept trying to get to us, you've been trying to reach us, and now we're here.
No, somebody called them, asked them what was I locked up for. That was it.
Okay. So when she said that to you, did you tell her, hey, I didn't call you, I didn't want to talk to you?
I don't remember what I told them.
Okay. If you didn't want to talk to them, did you have the sense that you could tell them you didn't want to talk to them?
No, I don't have no sense at all.
Okay.
Been on drugs my whole life.
Okay. Now, when you say you've been on drugs your whole life, what kind of drugs?
Prescription drugs.
Sir?
Prescription drugs.
Okay. And do you take the amount of prescription drugs that you are prescribed, or do you take something different, a different amount?
Ain't none of your business.
Okay. Well, do you take an amount more than what the doctor tells you to take?
Ain't none of your business.
Your Honor, with the court? Actually, I withdraw that
Answer.
question.
Okay.
Does the amount of drugs that you take cause you to act a certain way different than you normally act?
It's just the drugs that I get. So, and you can take, no matter how many you take.
Does it cause you to act a different way than you would normally act?
Yes,
What way?
calmer. I mean, not really calm, but I don't be focused.
Okay. And when you say that you're not focused, how does that show itself when you're talking to people? What does it look like?
Talk too much.
You talk too much. Okay. And when you're talking too much, do you later regret talking too much, or is it that why do you feel like you talk too much? What makes it too much? I'll rephrase. When you say you talk too much, what do you mean you talk too much?
I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't remember.
Okay. When you went down to the police department,
Somebody went down when he took me.
oh, you remember them coming to get you?
I know I ain't went nowhere. To went, you gotta go down there yourself.
Say that again?
To being went, I been on went down there myself. I ain't went nowhere myself.
Okay. And when you say they took you, who are you talking about?
Whoever took me, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if it was the same people you talked to in the room?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, whoever took you, did they threaten you? On the way down there, did they threaten you? Whoever took you from the jail to the police department, did they threaten you?
No, I don't remember.
Is it no, or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, are you taking the drugs now that you said caused you to talk too much?
No, I just told you y'all won't let me go get them. I'm withdrawing.
Okay. When you were in the interview room, or actually walking into the interview room, did anybody threaten you?
I don't know.
Sir?
I don't know.
When you got in the interview room, did anybody threaten you?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you remember whether or not you were asked if anyone threatened you?
I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Zachary, is it that you don't remember or you don't want to talk because you're angry?
I said I don't remember.
Okay. Now, did you sign any kind of form saying no one had threatened you and made you any promises?
I don't remember nothing. No years, no months. I don't remember nothing.
Then how did you remember being taken down to the police station from the jail?
Because I know I ain't went nowhere. I know that.
Okay. Did the drugs that you were on Friday help you remember that you were interviewed in August 2015?
No, I told I've been remember. I just don't remember what happened.
When you say I've been remembered, what are you talking about, Mr. Zachary?
I'm on probation for this interview for this. I'm on probation, so I know what I'm on probation for.
Okay. Okay, I'm not asking you about probation. I'm just asking you about the interview. When you said that you remembered on Friday, did the drugs that you were taking help you remember that you had the
I don't
interview
remember.
on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were you offered the opportunity to have a lawyer if you wanted one?
I don't remember.
When you were in that interview room in August of 2015, had you already been arrested and released from jail for that May incident at the gas station where you had the gun?
Yes.
Okay. And how long, do you remember how long you were out from when you were released then and got back in jail and ended up in that interview room?
I don't remember. In May to August, it had to be
Okay.
a month or two.
Do you know what you were arrested for in August? If it wasn't that gun?
I just told you I know what I'm on probation for. Yes, I remember what I'm arrested for.
Okay. So since the jury doesn't know, and I need you not to get into the details of things I don't ask you about, but could you just answer what it was that you were arrested for on the day you talked to the police in August, on August 5th, 2015? Do you remember what charges or what date or anything about it?
13 aggravated assaults, I think.
13 aggravated assaults?
Yes.
Okay. And were they aggravated assaults that had happened around April?
Yes.
All right. Were they aggravated assaults that happened on any other days?
You just said April.
I know what I said, but you're the only one that can give testimony. Were they aggravated assaults that happened on any other days?
What you mean any other days?
Was April the only date that you had warrants for aggravated assaults for when you talked to the police on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Okay. At the time, did you have a lawyer in August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Did you ever get a lawyer after August 5th, 2015 to represent you on those charges you were arrested on?
Yes.
All right. And did that same lawyer represent you on the charges with the gun or somebody different?
Yes. Same lawyer.
Same lawyer? Okay. Did you ever ask for that lawyer in the interview on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember nothing about no August 5th.
Did you sign any papers saying that you understood your rights in that interview with Gaither and Dennis?
I don't understand nothing. I don't know. I probably signed. I don't understand nothing.
When you say you don't understand nothing, tell the jury what you mean, please.
I don't understand nothing.
What does that mean?
I don't understand.
You understand what we're talking about though, right?
Not really.
You don't understand the questions that I'm asking.
I understand about my case. That's all I understand about.
Okay.
Because I know what I'm on probation for.
If I ask you a question you don't understand, would you please tell me I don't understand so that I can clarify? Will you do that for me and for us?
Sir,
Say, all right.
thank you. All right.
Another 6 weeks, guys. Another 6 weeks on the stand.
Did you sign a piece of paper when you talked to Detective Gaither and Dennis in 2015 saying, I understand my rights?
Obviously, I didn't understand them, but I don't remember.
So you wish you did not
I
understand?
said, obviously, I didn't understand them, but I don't remember.
So why do you say obviously you didn't understand them, Mr. Zachary?
I had no damn business right there.
Sir,
I had no business right there.
Mr. Zachary, could you speak into the
I
microphone?
had no business right there.
You have no business right there?
Yeah,
Right where?
talking to no police.
Why? Why'd you smack your lips just now?
Nothing. I don't know.
You don't remember why you smacked your lips just now? Okay. Do you regret talking to the police back then?
Yes,
Okay. Why do you regret it?
because y'all playing with people's lives.
All right. At the time you talked to him, did you feel like the police were playing with people's lives?
Man, I was young and dumb.
Okay, that's not the question. And I don't think you're ever dumb. At the time you talked to the police in August 2015, did you think the police were playing with people's lives?
I always thought the police play with people's lives.
Okay. And how old were you in August 2015?
20.
Sir?
20.
Did you have any trouble reading and understanding the papers that were put in front of you when you went to talk to Gaither and Dennis on August 5th, 2015?
You say what?
Did you have any problem understanding the papers that were put in front of you, like the stuff that when they had your rights on them?
Yes, I ain't understand nothing. I don't know how to read or write. If you look at right, you know I don't.
You said you don't know how to read or write. Is that what you said?
No, I don't.
Okay. Mr. Zachary, why, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying, but can you just answer the question for the jury? Because they don't know.
No, I do not know how to read or write.
Okay. Can you write your name?
Barely.
Okay. Can you spell?
My name.
Is your name the only thing that you can spell?
I spell a little stuff.
What's little stuff?
3-letter words.
3-letter words? Do you know how to spell your mother's name? That's a fair question. It has more than 3.
I have 4.
Okay, but you know how to spell it, right?
It have 4 letters.
Okay, but is that a yes? For the jury, I'm not the one that needs the information.
Yes, I'm not spell.
Okay. August 5th, 2015. Do you now live in the same place you lived then?
Yes.
Okay. You currently live in the same spot you lived in August?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay. Did you know the address that you lived at in August 2015?
I can say that. Yes.
I'm not going to ask you to say it. All right. And you still remember and know the address today?
It's still the same address.
Okay. Is that the place that you grew up?
Yes.
All right. Am I correct, given what you said Friday, that it was on somewhere on Cleveland? Not gonna say where.
Yes.
All right. And is that place a house or an apartment or something else?
Apartments.
All right. Did you tell Detective Gaither your address on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Did she ask you your address on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember nothing from 2015
Okay.
case.
Say that again?
I don't remember nothing but my case I'm on probation for.
Okay. Do you remember talking about the case you're on probation for in August 2015?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you know your mother's phone number on August 5th, 2015?
Still the same phone number.
I got you.
Told you that already.
You did, but did you know it on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
If you don't remember whether you knew it, do you know the last time or the first time you learned your mama's phone number?
Sustained.
Your Honor, prying into the witness's answer, would the court allow me some leeway to establish when he would have learned his mother's phone number? Because that is the phone number has relevance. No? Okay. Did you give the police your mother's phone number on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
What's your middle initial?
T.
Does that stand for Tyshawn?
I think, yeah.
Did it stand for Tyshawn on August 5th, 2015?
I get been like that my whole life, I guess.
Did you tell Gaither and Dennis that was your middle name on August 5th, 2015?
I don't ever remember telling nobody in the world my middle name.
Sir?
I don't remember ever telling nobody in the world my middle name.
Okay. Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis you could read and write when you talked to them in August 2015?
Another lie, I don't remember.
Okay. When you say another lie, I don't remember. Those are two different things. So tell the jury which one it is.
I don't know.
Okay. So you're not saying it was another lie? You're just saying you don't
I
remember?
know I can't read and write, but I don't remember telling them that.
Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis to go first after being asked, what did you want to talk to us about?
No.
Okay. Do you remember Detective Gaither telling you, let's talk about this, what you've been charged with?
No, I don't remember nothing.
Do you remember Detective Gaither asking you, what do you have to say about this case?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, I wasn't there that night?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
You paused a little bit. Were you trying to think about what you said? Trying to remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. And just now when you paused, what were you what were you doing?
Listen, me, love. I got ADHD. My mind all over the place. I'm up there in pain, hurting. Can you just please answer me questions, please?
Let me ask you this. The medications that you said you were supposed to take or you normally take, are they kept at your mom's home?
I don't live with my mama.
Okay. Were you given those medicines when you were at the jail before you went to your mom's home?
Jail don't give you narcotics.
What about at Grady before you went to your mom's home?
Yes.
Okay. And were you given the ability to get medical attention if you needed it while you were at your mom's home over the weekend?
Well, my condition, I only got one. You can only see one doctor.
What now?
With my condition, I can only see one doctor.
Okay. Is that condition ADHD that you were just talking about? The jury doesn't know anything about your condition.
No,
Okay.
my mom won't let me take that medicine.
Your mom won't let you take what medicine?
ADHD.
Okay. So the condition that you were talking about, that you see one doctor, do you not have any of that medicine?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you not have access to it?
I don't have access to it.
Okay. Are you able to say where it is so somebody can get it for you?
South Carolina.
So, did you have it at grading?
Yes, but they don't prescribe it to you when you get discharged.
Okay. Will it help you if we get Grady to bring your medicine?
You can do that.
I'm asking you a question. Will it help you if we get Grady to bring you your medicine?
I'm just ready to get it over with. Like, I
I
don't want to
I
keep
get it.
prolonging. I'm asking you a question. I'm answering.
Okay, well, will it help you in any way if we
I'm
get,
answering you a question, Milo.
you didn't
answering
answer
your
my
question.
question.
I don't want nothing from y'all.
Listen to the question she's asking now and answer that one.
I don't want nothing from y'all.
I get it, but will it help you?
No.
Okay. Mr. Zachary, tell the jury who If Gang is.
I don't know. His name sound. I don't know.
I need you to tell the jury, look at the jury and tell them.
I do not know.
Is it your testimony under oath that you have no idea who If Gang is?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Have you ever known who If Gang is?
I don't remember.
August 5th, 2015, did you know who If Gang was?
I don't remember.
In that interview with Gaither and Dennis, did you tell them about If Gang?
How I'm telling about something I don't know about? I don't remember.
Okay. So is it that you didn't know about it or you don't remember
I don't
whether you
know.
know about it? Okay. Do you remember Friday talking about the fact that Lil D or Demikion was the first person you heard about the shootings or that you learned talked about the shootings on Adele Avenue off Martin Luther King?
I don't remember.
All right. Was it your girlfriend SG who told you about the shootings?
I don't remember. That's not my girlfriend.
Was she your girlfriend back in August 2015?
I don't remember.
Did you testify last week on Friday that she was? Because I used initials then too.
I don't remember we were going together in August, but I used to go with y'all.
When'd you go with her?
2014, beginning of 15.
Okay. You remember when y'all broke up?
I don't remember. I think I was on house arrest. I don't remember.
When were you on house arrest?
I don't remember. I just know 2015.
Okay. So is it safe to say if you were not on house arrest in April 2015, y'all were still together?
I don't know.
All right. Would you tell the jury if you know anything about 9 Deuce?
What I did, some liquor?
I don't know. You tell me.
Nah,
You don't know anything about 9 Deuce. Do you know any?
I don't remember.
Okay. Is it you don't remember or you don't know?
I don't know or remember. I don't know or remember.
Okay.
Both.
Both? Now, do you tell the jury if you know anything about Haiti Gang?
I don't remember.
All right. On Friday, when you talked about Demikion and Mumtum coming to get you, and you said that they met you at the gas station, the BP on Cleveland Avenue. Do you now remember saying that, or do you not remember?
I know what I'm on probation for. That's all I know.
Okay.
Yes, I remember the night. I remember the shootings. That's the only thing I know.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That night, since you remember the night, were you ever at your house on Cleveland that night?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember everything about the shooting, the house, the stuff that you're on probation for?
No, I think I was high that night.
Okay. Did being high that night keep you from telling the jury Friday what you remembered?
I just told you, Friday, I was on medicine.
Okay. without being on the medicine today, are you saying you can't remember whether you were at your house on Cleveland?
I can't remember. I
April
told you,
28th.
I just told you I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling Gaither and Dennis after saying that you weren't there that night when they asked you to talk about your case? Do you remember them asking you where you were that night? Mr. Zachary, have you watched any of the social media or any of the prior testimony of other witnesses, any witnesses, any TikToks, any reels, or anything at all about other people testifying in this case?
I ain't no TikTok person. I don't
Okay,
go on
that's
no
fine.
Social media?
So is that a no? You've not seen any other testimony in any other way in this case?
No.
So you have no idea who else has testified?
No.
Okay. Were you told by anybody to just say, I don't remember?
You about to tell me what to say? I'm a grown man, man.
Okay. You're a grown man. Does being a grown man mean nobody can tell you what to say, though?
Yes.
Okay. Did Summer come over to your house on April 28, 2015, before you knew about Lil D getting beaten up at Crucial?
No.
Did you tell the police that she did on August 5th, 2015?
Can I explain?
Yes, you can.
How it go from her coming to my house and telling me to me going to get her? It don't make sense. I don't remember nothing. I don't remember it
Okay.
happening like that.
Okay, that was a question that I can't answer, but can you tell the jury whether you told the police that she came to your house and told you Lil D got jumped at Crucial?
I don't remember.
All right. And do you remember telling the police you were at the same address that you had given them earlier in the interview on Cleveland when she came?
I don't know.
All right. Do you remember? Let me ask you this. On Friday, and you're going to have to help me remember, did you testify that Summer had gotten shot at?
I don't remember.
All right. Did Summer get shot at?
I think so.
All right. When did Summer get shot at?
They shot at my cousin's house.
Huh?
Somebody shot at my cousin's house.
Okay. Which cousin?
Alexis.
All right. And what's Alexis's last name?
Right.
Okay. Now, were you at Alexis's house when it got shot at?
I wasn't there, but I was there.
Okay. What do you mean when you say you weren't there, but you were there?
I was coming there.
Okay.
I was on the way there.
All right. And was that after Summer called you and told you about it, or saw you and told you about it?
I never saw her until after.
Okay, thank you. So did Summer tell you about Alexis's house getting shot up when she came to see you at your house?
She ain't come see me. Why you keep saying come see me? I just told you I didn't see her till after the fact when I went and got her.
Okay. And did she just tell you that Alexis had gotten shot at, or that she herself had gotten shot at?
I saw it from my own two eyes.
What'd you see?
Somebody shooting at her house.
Shooting at Alexis's house?
Yes.
All right. And did you ever tell the police on August 5th, 2015, that Summer told you she had gotten shot at?
I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember.
All right. So is it safe to say you don't remember whether that was April 28, 2015?
It's the night I caught my case. I'm on probation for. I know what day I caught that for. You keep asking me that. I told you I know what I'm on probation for.
I got you. Do you understand that the jurors don't know anything about you?
I just said it 10 times.
I know, but the questions I'm asking, could you please just answer those?
Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Who was it that shot up or shot at? What group of people, if
I
there
don't know.
was, that shot at Alexis's house?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling police it was If Gang? If Gang had pulled up at your cousin's house?
I don't know.
Now, who did Alexis go with on April 28th, 2015?
Everybody. I don't
All
know.
right. Do you know who Tay is? A guy you call Threat. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
All right. Who is Tay?
He dead. I don't want to speak on the dead.
I understand you don't want to speak on the dead. And please take my condolences for Tay's death. Was Tay a friend of yours?
Yes.
All right. How long ago did he transition?
A couple months ago, I think.
A couple of months ago?
Yeah.
All right. And I am sorry. Did the police, when you were talking to them, did they know Tay?
I don't know. I don't
Okay.
remember.
Was Tay's name Trevante?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember whether Gaither asked you, is Tay Trevante?
I don't remember. I don't know his name.
All right. And did you tell her at that time? I don't know his name.
I don't remember.
All right. Was Alexis or Summer going in the house when If Gang started shooting at the house?
I don't remember.
Okay. You said you saw them shooting at the house.
I never say who I saw shooting.
I get it. But you say you saw somebody shooting at the house?
Yes.
Where did she live?
Counting.
What was the name of the homes or place where she
I don't
lived?
remember.
All right. Did she and Tay, did Alexis and Tay live together?
I don't remember.
Did you tell police that they did?
I don't remember.
All right. Now, where did you see the people shooting from? Were they standing in the middle of the street?
I don't remember. I went in and out of it. I told you I was high. I don't remember.
All right, but did you just say you remember seeing them shoot at her?
That's all I remember.
Okay, what then do you remember about that?
Just heard gunshots and I think I saw cars in front of her house or something. I don't remember.
Now, when you get to her house, is it, that's something that you could see right off Campbellton, or do you have to go into some kind of complex?
Going to apartments, I think.
All right. Is that apartment, was it gated at the time? You know, did you have to run through a gate or get a gate code?
Yes.
Okay, yes, you had to go in through a gate
Yes.
that had a code. All right. And was this apartment complex like a tiny one with about 5 units, or was it a bigger complex?
Big complex.
All right. And did the apartment complex, was it a tiny one like up front, or did it go like deep into the complex?
I don't remember, love.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that you saw If Gang shooting from the parking lot, like deep in the parking lot?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that Summer told you, or Alexis told you, that If Gang was shooting at them from deep in the parking lot?
I don't remember.
Okay. Does the name Landrum Apartments sound familiar?
I don't know.
Do you know where Landrum Apartments are?
A street.
Huh?
I know a street called Landrum, I think.
Okay. And where is Landrum in relation to Campbellton?
Off same street.
I'm sorry.
I think it's off of Campbellton.
Okay. Now, once you get off, I guess, do you get to 285 to get to Campbellton and then get off on Landrum? Is that how you would get there?
I don't remember.
Do you know how you would get there today?
I don't know.
Okay. Are those apartments still there?
I don't know.
Is that in zone 4?
I don't know.
Did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis it was in zone 4?
I don't remember.
Did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis whether Landrum was off Campbellton?
I just told you it's off Campbellton.
I know, but
I
did you
don't
tell
remember
that?
telling them. I don't remember telling them nothing.
Okay. Do you remember telling them that that Trevante or Tay or Threat stays at those
I never
apartments?
said no Trevante. I don't know who Trevante is.
Okay. Did you tell them that Tay or Threat stayed
I
at
don't
those
remember.
apartments?
I told them my cousin stayed up probably. If I said that,
Huh?
I know from my discovery package, I said my cousin stayed up. I never said, I don't remember saying no Tay, none of that.
Now, you said you know from your discovery page. So who has your discovery page right now? Did you have a copy of it this weekend?
No,
Did the state give you a copy of it this weekend?
no,
All right. Did the state give you anything to review since we've been trying to get you in here to testify?
a leg monitor.
A leg monitor. You don't review a leg monitor though, right?
Yeah, looking at it.
Okay. Did the state give you anything to read before you came in here?
I don't know how to read.
Okay. Did the state give you anything to listen to before you came in here?
No,
Okay. Now your discovery packet, where did you get that from?
in that
All right. Who gave it to you?
a lawyer.
When's the last time you looked at it?
I ain't really looked at it. I probably had somebody read it to me before.
When was the last time you had it in your hand and somebody or you or somebody figured out what was in it?
Probably when I was in prison,
How long ago was that?
2022.
Okay. You remember what was in the discovery packet from 2022?
I'm on probation for it. I had to report every month.
I understand. You just talked about seeing something in your discovery packet. You remember that from 2022?
Yes,
All right. Now, you don't remember, or do you remember if you read it or if somebody read it
I
to
told
you?
you I don't know how to read. Somebody read it to me.
Is Alexis Bryant your blood cousin?
Yes,
Were the people you saw shooting at Alexis Bryant that you testified today, you saw shooting at her house, were they shooting at her house before or after Lil D got jumped on at the club?
had to be after.
Why you say that?
Cause I ain't go to no club. I don't remember nothing about no club.
Okay. And do you know whether the people shooting at Landrum shot at Landrum before or after all the other shootings happened?
I think it's before.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that it happened last, after all the shootings?
I know. I don't remember saying nothing like that.
Okay. Do you remember saying anything like anything?
No.
Do you remember hearing from Motsuk the night of April 28, 2015?
I had to hear from him. I was in the car with him, but I don't remember hearing from him.
Okay. Did you get a call from Motsuk or did you call Motsuk?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember when it was that you talked to Motsuk, like in the early morning hours?
I don't remember.
Do you remember saying it was in the early morning hours that y'all talked or that you got the call from him?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you discuss the fact that Motsuk was cussing out Lil D?
At the time, I think I was trying to free Moonton, so I was just saying whatever, probably.
Please look at the jury and tell them what you mean by that.
What I mean by what?
At the time, I think I was just trying to free Motsuk, so I was telling him whatever.
Yeah, I knew I was going to jail,
Okay.
so I just tried to make it easy on Moonton.
Okay. And when you said that, who were you trying to make it easier on Motsuk with?
Holy,
All right. And which police were you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody other than Gaither and Dennis?
I don't know.
So how was telling the police that Moontoon was fussing or cussing at Lil D, how on earth was that gonna help Moontoon?
How on earth was it gonna help Moontoon?
Mhm.
Cause I was letting him know like he truly ain't had nothing to do with it. Or ain't want nothing to do with it.
Say, I'm sorry, what now?
Cause I was letting him know he truly ain't want nothing to do with it.
He or you?
He,
Okay. Why did you feel it necessary to let the police know that Moontoon truly didn't have anything to do with it?
he did.
Okay, but why did you find it necessary to tell them that?
Cause why would I just, me and Moontoon had a bad relationship than anybody, so I
Had the
knew I
what?
was going to jail.
You had the best relationship, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Did the police bring up Moontoon before you brought up Moontoon, or did you bring him up first?
I told you, I already knew what I was going to jail for, and I knew what was said. So I had to go along with what was said.
Okay, and when you say you told me, that was Friday, right?
I don't know.
Okay. So when you say that you knew what was said, does that mean that you brought up Moontoon first in the interview with police to try and help him?
I knew what was said. I told you before that. I told you. I already knew.
Okay. So go on.
I don't remember that now.
Okay. So is that why you brought up Moontoon first?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Now, I get that part, but can you tell the jury why Moontoon cussing out Lil D helps Moontoon? Him cussing out Lil D, not that he wasn't there, just him cussing out Lil D.
Objection asked and answered.
Judge, I have overruled. You can go ahead. Judge said you could.
Cause he ain't want nothing to do with the problem. I don't know. You gotta ask him.
Mr. Zachary, what do you mean when you say he didn't want anything to do with it? Probably you have to ask him. What do you mean?
He grown. He ain't. We was young. He was grown. He ain't like that.
And by he, are you talking about Mr. Sledge, Moontoon?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say he's grown, he didn't want to have anything to do with it. What are you talking about?
The whole night. It was my. I did everything. I know I did it. I did a lot of stuff myself.
Uh-huh.
Moontoon ain't did nothing.
Okay. And is that the first thing you said to police? Moontoon ain't had nothing to do with this.
9 times out of 10, yeah.
Okay. Now, how does Moontoon cussing at Lil D help Moontoon? That just the cussing part.
I don't know. Probably putting us in situation. I don't know. I don't remember what it was for. I don't know.
Putting who in the situation, Mr.
I
Zachary?
don't know.
Okay. Are you gonna say you don't remember every time you get frustrated?
I'm gonna say I don't remember everything you asked me.
Why?
Because I don't remember.
Were there some things though that you do remember, right?
I remember I'm on probation for.
Do you remember, or can you tell the jury if Lil D told Moontoon that he was shooting at somebody that night?
D ain't shoot at nobody that night.
Do you remember telling police about Lil D telling Moontoon that either he was shooting at somebody or somebody was shooting at him?
I don't know.
Do you remember what Moontoon was cussing at Lil D about?
I already answered that question.
That he didn't want to be involved in it?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember that Moontoon telling Lil D, you got to find a ride. You got to find your own ride.
I don't know.
Was Lil D trying to get Moontoon involved in that stuff y'all were involved with?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Were you around when Lil D was talking to Moontoon?
I don't know.
All right. When you talked to Lil D and got whatever you got from him, did he give you the impression that he was trying to get Moontook involved in what was going on?
I talked to Lil D.
Huh?
When did I say I talked to Lil D?
So you never talked to Lil D about what happened on April 28th?
No, whatever happened to him, if he called me, I know I'm coming.
Why? Why do you know you're coming?
Good. I love him.
You love Lil D?
Yeah.
Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that Lil D told you the next morning that they had shot up the house?
I don't remember, but it probably was a lie.
You said what now?
I don't remember. It probably was a lie, because how can he tell me if I was there?
Okay. It was probably a lie. All right. Now, you said you don't know Lil D by any other name than Lil D? Or do you know him by Demikion now?
I'm on a case with him.
All
know
right.
his name.
You knew his name then?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you remember Detective Gaither asking you, when you say Lil D, did you mean Demikion? Do you remember Gaither asking you that? Then do you remember asking Detective Gaither, that's his real name?
Have a rule.
Do you remember asking Detective Gaither, that's his real name?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember Detective Gaither then asking you, you talking about Lil D from 30D, from Mechanicsville?
I don't remember.
Let me ask you this. Is Lil D from 30D?
I don't remember.
You said you love him like a brother, right?
Yeah.
All right. You said you known him a long time, right?
I know him from Capitol Home. I don't know him from Mechanicsville.
All right. And what part of town is Capitol Homes in?
Downtown.
All right. What about 30D? Where is that?
I don't know.
What is 30D?
I don't know.
Do you know anything about 30D?
I don't know.
You what?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Did Demikion tell you who has shot at the houses?
How can he tell me if I was there?
Did you tell police initially that Demikion told you who had shot at the houses?
I don't know.
Did Demikion tell you that Shannon and some other boy named Tay or Traydon and Demikion shot at the houses? Your Honor, actually, I'd like to approach and not have this right on the record. Well, on the record, but
I understand. Let's take our morning break anyway. It's almost time for bathroom break. Mr. Zachary, you can step outside. Hmm? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with it. Was that just outside the jury's
Right,
presence?
yes.
Okay. Okay.
Your Honor, I think the objection from counsel for defendant Williams was spilling the beans hearsay, something like that, and not co-conspirator. And the question that I had asked before that objection was made was, did Lil D tell you that they had shot at the houses? And did Lil D tell you that Shannon and some other boy named Traydon shot at the houses? Now, this is not hearsay or spilling the beans for two reasons. One, because he later, when confronted with knowledge police had, told the truth. But first, he lied and said Lil D told him X, Y, and Z. So we're not offering this to prove that Lil D told him that. Our belief is that Lil D didn't tell him that. But we do need to show, when he's sitting here telling the jury on Friday that he and Lil D came up with a play, and that play involved implicating Montunk, and that Lil D told him that Lil D had told the police on him, Quindarius, and Montunk, and that he wanted to get back at Lil D for implicating Montunk. So therefore he said Shannon. All of what really happened is very important. So when he starts out talking about the fact that Summer told me this, Lil D told me that, he's trying to keep himself out of it versus what he said on Friday, which was, I went down there to give them the story that I had essentially concocted with Lil D. All of what he told them when he first went in is therefore very important for the jury to see that was a lie. What he told the police, what he told them on Friday was a lie. What he told the police was a lie, and how the police were able to actually get to the truth. Now, if he had come in here talking and, responding, at least responding, as opposed to doing what it seems everyone has decided to take on and do, and come back after a certain time and not remember anything, then we would have been a lot further along. If he had come in here and kept with the same, whatever it was he was trying to say on Friday. But right now we're at a point where he's now saying, he's partly saying, I was there. That's fine. He wants to only talk about himself. That's consistent with a lot of things that we've seen in this trial. And he's trying to avoid talking about anybody else. So having him testify about essentially what lie he told the police, because we've had a lot of instances where he said, I lied. And then showing what he later told police when confronted with facts that the police did have, it allows us to do exactly what the rules of evidence are designed for, which is to put all of the facts in front of the jury and allow them to draw inferences from those facts. This is not hearsay offered for the truth of that matter asserted. It is statements that he gave to the police to cover up his involvement. It is an inconsistent statement with what he said on Friday. So that prior inconsistent statement, I believe, gets us past a hearsay objection. We're not offering it for the truth of what Demekian did or didn't say. And later when he says, when confronted, you lying, Detective Gaither literally got ready to get up and leave, and he starts telling the truth, the jury ought to be able to hear all that. Hiding all that from the jury obscures from the jury pertinent information we believe they need to assess the credibility of his testimony on the stand and what he told the police during the interview.
All right, if it's not being offered for the truth, then it is not subject to a hearsay objection. So overruled.
I believe it is being offered for the truth, but whatever the court finds. And also, my bigger objection is I witnessed the district attorney just leaning down on her table and reading potentially or surmising from a supposed transcript in front of the jury. Does not give this witness, who keeps saying, I don't recall It was a 9-year ago statement. He said he has reviewed nothing for his testimony. And I believe that under 613, which is 24-6-613B, it needs to come in evidence to impeach him, or he needs to be given an opportunity to review what he said, rather than the district attorney just say, did you say this? He said, I don't remember, and then move on.
He has basically said he is not going to, preemptively, not going to remember anything other than things about his own probation. So honestly, I think at this point, you've
Yeah.
laid a foundation that he's not going to remember anything in this interview.
Your Honor, I understand what the court surmises so far, but Your Honor, I also know that there are particular parts of this interview that this witness has said certain things because of that. If we were to, as in the past, if we attempted to just based on those statements, because the court sees he's remembering some things and he's not remembering others. And I think it's very important for the jury to see his selective memory. So if we were to simply say, okay, we're just going to play the statement now, we don't believe that, and I understand that the court wishes to, further things along, but if we don't allow the jury to see what his selective memory entails, that we are hiding things from the jury that are very relevant to their making a decision about what they should believe and what they should not believe. We have had circumstances, I'm not saying this is going to happen today, but we've had circumstances where we have done exactly that. There's been, their assertion that he said he doesn't remember. Then we go and try and play the whole thing. And then there's the assertion, she didn't confront him with that. And of course, 613, there's nothing that requires us to show him anything. But another thing is he didn't want to meet with us or talk to us. So
Yeah, he doesn't have to be presented with the actual transcript. And I mean, that's a, 200, 300 page transcript you've got in front of you?
it
Almost
is, and some
300
things,
pages.
it's
Are you
275.
going page by page through it? Because that's really not necessary.
Judge, I'm meeting him, and I'm not going to say page by page, but the things that are important, and even like what I'm holding, I can hide it in a book, but what I'm holding is immaterial to any evidentiary matter. I'm not putting it in front of the witness, asking him to read it.
I don't
I'm
mind if you
reading
read
notes.
from it. That's fine with me. I mean, there's nothing objectionable about that.
And I'm reading notes from something that I have in my hand, much, like anyone does, and so I believe that we should be allowed to ask this witness all the necessary probing questions. I don't believe that the defense is the only one that we have the burden of proof.
I understand that. You don't need to keep saying that.
And I don't believe that it should only be the defense that gets to question a witness, when at this point we have a witness who, as we've represented to the court, has said in the presence of his dad, or his dad has said in his presence, and he's accepted and took that on as his assertion too. We don't have to testify. I'm gonna call Max Sharp and Brian Steele. That's what he said. So we should be allowed to put all of the facts in front of the jury that this witness said, because frankly, he said a lot, and him simply assert, he don't want to get it. He doesn't, country came out. He does not want to get into what he told the police. He does not want to remember, because it's damning to his friends. And so we believe that the jury should be allowed to see what part he's willing to acknowledge and what part he's not willing to acknowledge. Because frankly, I don't know what part that is.
Well, if you want to get on to some other parts and find out, but this is just belaboring everything entirely too much.
It sounds like it is with respect, Your Honor, but it is not, because let me say this. Every one of these retaliatory shootings, they involve the things that I'm asking him about. I'm not asking him about immaterial, irrelevant stuff. And I get that the court is a little bit, maybe tired of the state asking questions. And I hate that. But the state can't truncate its duty because the defense doesn't want us to present everything to the jury. And this witness can't hijack, no one can hijack the state's case by pretending not to remember and then selectively remembering certain things that he thinks is going to help the defense. That's not fair to the state, to the victims, or to this side, period. And I believe that in the spirit of, in the adversarial spirit that our rules of evidence are designed around, and given the spirit of admissibility that is enshrined in our rules of evidence, and given the reason that I'm doing it, and I'm not trying to belabor anything, this is important and detailed information. I'm not saying, did you say the or a or and? I have notes that allow me to get to specific points. This is not even like me being broad and coming back. This is me asking this witness very important things that the jury needs to hear in order to make their determinations in the end. And I asked the court, since this is a very important case with very intricate facts and very intricate law that the court is going to give them at the end, that the court allow me to thoroughly examine my witness the way that I believe is appropriate, as opposed to the way that Mr. Steele, Mr. Sharp, or anyone else
It has
wants me
nothing to do with whether who thinks what is appropriate. It has to do with, following the rules of evidence and getting on with this incredibly lengthy trial. So what's something that he told the police that you think is, true and that you want out?
Everything that I'm asking him, Judge, and let me also say, getting along with this very lengthy trial, it should not cause the court to essentially gut the state's ability to prove and adequately prove its case. And objections based on, I don't know what the objections from the defense, of course they don't want this out, Your Honor, but this is not being asked in a way to belabor anything. There's a ton of stuff. I could sit here and read to you the notes that I have and to let you know, but Your Honor, the court hasn't, I don't believe the court has had the time and ability to read all of this case here and know why each of what I'm asking is relevant, because it might not seem relevant to the court. But in the end, the jury is going to be asked to make a determination, and we're going to be making arguments based on details that were presented.
It just seems like there's a more direct way to impeach somebody, if that's what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to ask him, I'm not necessarily trying to impeach him. I'm trying to ask him to tell the truth. And if he doesn't, then I have to impeach him. I want him to tell the jury the truth. And if he's not willing to do that, only then do I have to impeach him.
I think it's pretty clear that he is not willing to say anything that's in this interview, because he has already told you, I don't remember anything about that. Nothing, zero.
I apologize for interrupting. Oddly enough, though, he has told us some stuff that's in this.
Well, maybe Friday he did, but
no, today he
has.
Not. Today he has as well. And the court won't know that, because the court, is not taking sides, and the court doesn't have what I have in front of me. So the court doesn't know that, but he has. So I would ask the court to allow the state to conduct its examination in accordance with the rules of evidence. And until I do something that is not proper, that has an objection that the court deems should be sustained. And I don't believe, let's cut her short because she might be, getting too much information out of this witness or going to be doing too much damage. If the court remembers, the objection that they had last week was, Judge, if he gets up there and says, I don't remember, or if he falls out, or if he does this, there were all these predictions about what is going to happen with this particular witness. There was the prediction that they don't even believe he's going to come, made on Monday or Friday, week before. All of these things surrounding what happens if he doesn't remember or doesn't talk. He was talking Friday. I don't know what he decided, who he talked to. He wasn't supposed to talk to anybody, but he comes in today with the I don't remember, obviously with the intent to hamstring the state's ability to get pertinent information in front of the jury. And frankly, that should not be allowed. That is not right. It is not in keeping with the
I guess
spirit.
I'm just saying, let's go ahead and get to the pertinent information.
Judge, this is the very pertinent information. I'm not misrepresenting anything to the court at all. I mean, we could sit there and I can go show you line for line. That's not, I don't think that that's required. I don't think that's what the court wants, but I believe that the court ought to allow the state the ability to prove its case as a state.
I understand. I'm not trying to prevent anybody from making their case. So the objection was hearsay, and you were saying that you weren't offering it for the truth. And I guess, do you expect the answer to be no, Demekion didn't tell me that?
I know for a fact that later on in the interview, when confronted with, when Gaither literally gets up ready to leave, he starts admitting the truth. He starts admitting something different. So correct. I believe that his account that Demekion is the reason he knows certain things is not true. And I have to present, and I'm not going to hide from the jury the fact that he first lied, because that would be the first thing they say when they get up on cross. You lied at first, and you were in Fulton County Blues, and so you lied, you know, you just lied all throughout trying to help yourself. I think it is very relevant and very important that the state be allowed to put up its case in a way that is impactful, effective, ethical, permissible, and right, and within keeping of the rules of evidence.
Okay, so anyway, that my ruling on the hearsay stands.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I believe that the way that the prosecutor's doing it, though, violates OCGA 24-6-613. I cite this 24-6-613. I cite to this honorable court Rozier, R-O-Z-I-E-R versus State, 365 Georgia Appeal, 178 in Division 2, 877 Southeast 2D, 855, 2022 case. And I specifically rely upon the fact that the witness said that I don't remember, some things he does remember, and then it's extrinsic. He's being impeached with extrinsic evidence. So that may make, you meant to make the decision, I may have another objection, but his prior video, audio statement admissible to impeach. But
Yes, it does.
But what the prosecutor's doing is she is taking the hearsay. Did Detective Gaither say this? Did Detective Gaither do this? And then just moving on. That's not impeachment. And what I believe may happen is when the state calls Detective Gaither, they're going to try to play this recording. I will be objecting because they did not give this witness, which it says in Rozier, the opportunity to see the prior statement and explain it if he can. That's my objection.
I mean, that's what I wish you would get to.
Judge,
Is XYZ true? Well, then,
Judge,
here you said it. Explain it.
Judge, number one, it would be hearsay if I were to just ask him, did you say this in a certain interview? I have to first ask him, is it like, did you do this? And then if he says yes or no, well, then I have to confront him, bring to mind the time.
Getting to the facts though. Why? It's not really that it matters. Did you say this? If we know he said it, just ask him, is it true? And then impeach him with his statement.
Because whether or not it's true is entirely different from okay, I'll back it up. For a statement, a prior inconsistent statement to be substantive evidence and not just impeachment, Your Honor, we have to ask the witness whether the fact of the statement is true.
That is what I'm saying.
And him saying to police one thing and then saying to us another only means that he said it to the police once, said it to us another way, not whether or not the fact of the matter has not been presented to him. We have to ask him the fact. In other words,
that's what you don't seem to be doing, though.
That is exactly what I'm doing, Your Honor, with respect. It's if saying,
with respect,
okay, did you
is
bite
wild.
the apple? You don't ask him if he bit the apple, but you ask, did you tell the police that you bit the apple? He says, I don't remember. And then we learn he told the police that he bit the apple. Guess what it shows? Nothing. Even though the two statements are inconsistent, because nobody ever presented him with a plain basic question, did you bite the apple? It just shows.
But you're not doing that either.
Actually, I am. I asked him, did they shoot at the house? Is the only time you get me asking whether or not you told the police anything is after I asked him, did a certain thing happen? Were you at your house? Was your house on Cleveland? Did Summer come and wake you up? When he says either no, I don't know, I don't remember, you know it didn't, I go and then say, did you tell the police that you did. I have to confront him with it. And then when he says yes, no, maybe, I have to bring in either the statement or the officer that he told to show that he said it, because only then do I show that that prior statement of no, Summer didn't come to my house, no, this didn't happen, is untrue, by showing what he said to the police.
All right, let's take a bathroom break. If anybody needs to go quickly.
Okay, guys, we are on our first bathroom break. Um, I am about to see if we can get some intel. Go ahead. No. Go ahead. If we can get some intel on what's going on with the Dolph trial, and we can watch that for lunch. Um, I think it's so interesting that the judge just told her to do something, and she said that's exactly what I'm doing. She just, she says whatever she wants to say, and and then she just and to make it sound good, she just adds respectfully. It's really wild. I finally got my coffee. Did you guys get your coffee this morning? Happy Monday. Happy Monday. I don't, and a lot of people ask me, like, how was she when I was in the courtroom? I don't know because I never really saw her in the courtroom. Like, I always saw her in the office. Happy Money Making Monday. Y'all make sure y'all like the live and subscribe. We got 1,000 people today. Like, and as soon as I get out of court, I should be done with court by noon. I'm really gonna talk to you guys. But let me know if y'all really wanna see Dolph, and I'll get Dolph queued up. Yes, Rashawn. I'm gonna disrespect the court. Respectfully. Happy Monday. Hey, how you doing? Hold on, guys.
to add one more line to what I was saying and ask,
Yeah.
just to, thank you, whenever the court
Go ahead.
says ready. The other thing I wanted to say, Judge, is that without putting the fact, the core fact that I'm asking the witness about, without asking him about that first on appeal, if there is an appeal, and all I ask is, did you tell the police X?
I want you to ask the fact.
Okay.
That seems much more relevant than what you told or didn't tell the police.
Right, so that's what I was doing, and that's what I thank you. That was all I was going to say, because without it, all that we have is you told the police or you didn't. You don't have the fact in. So thank you.
And briefly, Your Honor, if the state intends, I'd like to raise a 403 objection. If the state intends to go line by line or pretty much line by line
That would be
through a
sustained.
300-page transcript,
Yeah.
well, then I'm not going to argue anymore if it's going to be sustained. Thank
And
you.
Your Honor, the 403 objection, I assume, would be made as to a specific question, not the whole.
No, the fact that you seem to be going line by line through this transcript,
Your Honor,
practically line by line through this transcript.
Your Honor, again, as I've said, I have to confront him with certain
You
facts.
don't at this point, because he has said, I do not remember a single thing about that interview, and I'm not going to remember a single thing about that interview.
But the facts that he alleged in the interview have not been put upon him. And the record will only reflect that he said the things in the interview. The record will not reflect it as a substantive proof of some fact I've asked about in the case. The only substantive proof that showing that he said it in the interview will reflect is that he lied about whether or not he said it in the interview. It won't show that he lied about the fact itself. If I say, he says, I don't remember what was said in the interview, and then we show he said it in the interview, all that has been proven is that he said it in the interview, not that the substantive underlying core was put upon him and he lied about that.
You do not have to put upon him every sentence that he said if he has established sufficiently, which he has for me, that he does not remember. I don't remember is equally a way to get to extrinsic evidence
If
of
he's-
a prior inconsistent statement as, no, I didn't say that.
And Your Honor, if he says, I don't remember the fact that I'm asking him about, that's one thing. But Judge, this idea of looking at, they don't know what I'm holding, but the idea of that I'm looking at something and asking him, they think line by line, is an improper way to gauge whether I'm properly asking the questions, because I'm asking him substantive questions that by curtailing my ability to ask, the court is curtailing my ability to ask him, did this happen? And that is all that I'm asking to be allowed to do, because without it, the court is, the record that is being created is only that he doesn't remember what he told the police, and then she went and showed what he told the police. And so the only thing proven is he told the police that. Us showing him, telling the police that isn't substantive evidence of anything except the opposite of what he said on the stand. I don't remember what I told the police. Oh, well, here's what you told the police. Oh, okay, that's what you told the police. It is not substantive evidence of, did this happen? And an inconsistent statement of, did this happen?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor.
Judge, I would ask that the court allow me until the lunch break to ask the questions the way that I believe we need to ask them to make the record clear and to prove our case. And at lunch, I will bring back the case law that shows what I'm saying. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
The only other thing I want to raise is, Your Honor, and I'm sorry, I have to say something. For 2 years, I have watched the state, and specifically Ms. Love, anytime there's been a ruling against her, take the floor and argue every single time and filibuster. I appreciate that an attorney at times is going to want to make a request for the court to reconsider its rulings, but I don't think that needs to happen every time and in the form of a filibuster. Thank you.
Let's get the witness back in, please. think so. Yeah, you already did. Got it? We ready? So no? Did Demikion tell you that Shannon and some other boy named Tay or Trey, whatever, and Demikion shot at the house? Was your last question. Okay, let's get the jury in, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary, did Demikion tell you that he, Shannon, and Tay or Traydon shot at the houses?
No,
Okay. Did you tell the police that he said that? On August 5th, 2015, did you tell the police that he said that?
oh, no.
Okay. Did you tell the police that Demikion told you that over at your house? Did you tell the police that Demikion told you that over at their house? And did you tell the police that if gang shot at Landrum where Tay stays?
I told you already. I don't remember.
Was Summer there when all of that happened?
I already told you I was going to get her, so she had to be there.
She had to be there at Landrum?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Summer was going to Perry Homes that night?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Summer was going to Perry Homes that night?
I don't know.
Did Demekion, Tay, Shannon, and Traydon shoot up Perry Homes that night?
No, I did.
Okay. Did you tell the police when you first went in that Demekion, Tay, Shannon, and Traydon shot up Perry Homes that night?
I told you I was trying to take everything off of Moonton. So I was just lying.
All right. And did you tell the police that Demekion gave you only the names himself, Tay, Shannon, and Traydon? And he didn't really say anything about Moonton.
See, I told you I was trying to free Moonton.
So is that a yes? You did say that?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell the police that they were trying to figure out where Moonton was?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police because that inn ain't got no car?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell the police how close you and Moonton were?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you have been knowing Moonton all your life?
I don't know.
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Is your loyalty, did you have more loyalty to Moonton than anybody else within your circle of friends that night?
I ain't got no loyalty to nobody.
Did you tell the police that you had more loyalty to Moonton than any of the other names we just mentioned?
I don't know.
And in fairness, did you tell the police that you have no loyalty to anybody?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Moonton has no loyalty for you?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Moonton had loyalty for you on that night?
I don't know.
Do you remember the last time that you had talked to Moonton before you went in to speak with police on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you had not talked to him lately?
Objection 403.
Your Honor,
Yes.
given what has already been said and what we believe will come out, we believe that it is not in any way a waste of time to show the jury certain things that this witness said about Moonton and the last time that he talked to him. And in order for us to allow them to be able to consider certain things substantive evidence, they have to hear what he said, and I have to confront him with it.
This is not even what we talked about on the break, but sustained.
Your Honor, may I ask what it is that I should not do in terms of,
If you want to come up here to the bench, you can.
okay?
Okay, so I'm here, guys. Y'all have to tell me what happened. I'm gonna have to rewind it. What just happened, guys? I'm done with the plea, and I am. Did we get a win? Did we get a win? What did she do, guys? I'm about to rewind it. What kind of break are we on? Is this a bench break or a real break? You too. Thank you so much. Oh my God. So she has to do another in-camera review. We're at the bench. Okay, we're at the bench. We'll be back. I love break. Oh, that's a good one. I'm headed to Fulton now, guys. So I'm gonna definitely pop my head in there. Getting in the car, just wrapping it, moving along. Okay, guys, make sure y'all like the live, subscribe. We are having a motivating, money making, marvelous Monday. I'm getting stuff done. I found a way to be with y'all. So this is what I did, y'all. I went to my office early this morning and I got the live started so that we would have stable Wi-Fi. So I got the live started from my computer and I'm joining in on my phone. So I think I got it down pat. So I don't have to get in trouble anymore. So I don't lose, so I can keep the momentum going. How you doing? It is. Where is she at?
All right, we need to.
All right, we're back.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary, while you were locked up for what you say you're on probation now, so that 428 incident, did Moulton let you know that Demikion had said I'm sorry, did Demekion tell you that the police had tricked him?
He didn't tell me that when he was locked up. He told me that before we got locked up. He told me that before we got locked up.
So much hearsay, she don't even know.
And do you remember which time frame it was?
He told me that when we were locked up too. Yeah, he did tell me that when we were locked up.
Okay. Was it when you locked up for this?
Yes,
Okay. Was Demekion locked up for the same thing?
yes.
All right. Now, what all were y'all in the same pod and same cell and same something else?
I don't remember.
How did you all start talking about this?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you ask him what he told the police?
I told you he had already been told. I've been told you that.
What do you mean?
He had already told me before we got locked up.
Okay.
Well, when I got locked up for it, he told me again.
Okay, so before you went in, Demekion told you what he told the police?
Yes, I've been told you that.
All right. And was this the time you said that he told you when you picked him up on your bike?
On my bike.
Yes,
I
is it?
don't remember.
Okay. Now, did Detective Gaither tell you effect on the listener? It does. And we're not offering for the truth of the matter asserted, and it's not Detective Gaither giving a testimonial statement. It's Detective Gaither asking the witness a question.
Overruled.
Did Detective Gaither tell you that she had some phone records?
I don't remember.
Did you know that she had some phone records?
I got locked up in May
Mm-hmm.
for a gun. They
Right.
said all this in a preliminary hearing in May.
Who said all what?
The court.
No, who, you said they said all, I'm asking you.
Court, the DA said this when I got locked up for the gun by myself, so I already knew what was coming.
Okay, Mr. Zachary, please answer only the question I'm asking you.
I
And
can
that
answer that
question
question.
is, you can explain it maybe if the court lets you, but that question is, did you know that the police had phone records?
Yes.
Okay. Did you believe that the police had tricked Demekion?
Yes.
Right. Did you tell the police they had not tricked Demekion?
Objection 403.
Overruled.
Did you tell the police that you believe they had not tricked Demekion?
So what I put one in there and said, oh, I already know y'all Dominican. No,
Did you tell the police, how could somebody trick you? You're a grown man.
I'm playing my role,
What role?
acting like I ain't know what was going on.
Okay,
I know what's going on.
all right.
Green,
What now?
I know what's going on. I went slow. I knew what was going on. I told you I had already knew
You already knew what?
what was already said.
What was already said by whom?
I don't know. Keep asking the same questions.
Do you want the jury to hear what happened or not?
I don't know.
Okay. You said you knew that the police had phone records. Did you know that they had your phone records?
I just told you they had already told my lawyer when I was in preliminary hearing.
I'm asking you whether you knew the police had your phone records.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell them that you knew they had your phone records?
I don't know.
Sustained.
Did you tell the police that the number that they had was not your phone number? Absolutely relevant, Your Honor, because of what?
Overruled.
Probably did.
Okay. Did the police attempt to end the interview after telling you how they got your phone records and you insisted that wasn't your number?
I don't remember.
Did you give them Moontunk's number?
No,
Do you know what Moontunk's number is?
no,
Did you know what Moontunk's number was at the time?
no.
Do you remember talking to them about Moontunk's number? And by them, I mean Detectives Gaither and Dennis in the August 5th, 2015 interview.
They had already knew Montoon number. I never gave them Montoon number.
So you didn't confirm or deny it?
I don't know. I know they had already knew it.
So the number that they had for Moontunk is one that you knew was Moontunk's number?
I was in the car when they called his phone.
That's not the question. Could you please answer? It'll get you there faster. The number that they told you they had for
I don't remember
Moontunk,
them telling me about no Montoon number.
did you know that they had Moontunk's number?
I don't know. Did I know that they had? Yeah, I knew they had.
Yes. And did you try to convince the police that the only way you knew the details of April 28th was that Demekion had told you?
I don't know.
Did Detective Gaither, did you tell her that you were going to go down there and be honest, just be honest about things?
Ain't never been honest a day of my life.
Did you tell her that that's what you were going to do?
I don't know.
Did you have Summer or anybody else tell
I've
Detective
never been
Gaither you were
honest
going to
a
be
day in my
honest?
life.
Just you
We
need to
heard
come
that
down there and
before.
talk to, they needed to come talk to you.
No.
Another impeached witness.
Did you tell Detective Gaither that you were being honest about how you knew about April 28th?
I don't know.
Did you promise Detective Gaither you were not there on April 28th?
I don't know.
Did Detective Gaither get up or get ready to leave when you promised her you weren't there?
I don't know.
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I ask?
No, I mean, I don't know. You may ask a different question.
After you promised Detective Gaither you weren't there, did you ask Detective Gaither and Dennis if they wanted to talk about some other cases?
I don't know.
Now, did you believe you needed to talk about your case before you got to the other cases?
Sustained.
Would Detective Dennis and Gaither talk to you about any other cases before talking to you about yours? And Your Honor, if there's a relevance objection, I do have a response. If I need to go to the bench, I will.
I guess you're going to need to come to the bench.
This is absolutely ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I don't know what y'all want me to say. Yes, she's slamming down the mic. Oh God. Okay, so it's Monday, guys. Let me get make sure everybody is subscribed and like the live. Let me know when you subscribe and like the live. And let me get some super chats today. You guys really didn't show me any love last week. I had 2 days where I had to go to court and y'all just let me go. I I don't know about him keeping the attorney. I see a lot of you guys saying he should have kept the attorney, but I don't think that would have made much of a difference because, as you heard when Attorney Scheib said, am I able to object? There's nothing he can do but ask questions. Thank you so much. Um, Thank you for subscribing and liking the live. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody joining us, please subscribe and like the live. And I hope you guys watch with me every day this week. Today is actually the only day, you guys aren't gonna believe this. Today is the only day I have court. So the rest of the week, I'm seated at the office, ready to go. But today I'm moving around. I should be done by the time we come back from lunch. I know that is definitely my punishment from having to actually work. So make sure you guys like the live, drop some super chats. I've been working on making some stickers so we can get some stickers. Shout out to Kat. She showed me how to do that. And yeah. But back to what we were talking about. I don't think him keeping a lawyer would have changed much because there's only all he could do is pretty much ask his lawyer, how should I answer this or what should I do? I thought it was really interesting. He says, I've never been honest a day in my life. That's something we've definitely heard before. Um, Kay says he doesn't need an attorney because he's speaking on a case he did time for. And his attorney argued that even though he's speaking on a case that he's already done time for, it's possible that they could add him as a co-defendant on the RICO using his conviction as an overt act. This what I want to know, y'all. What happened to the money? Lord have mercy. Well, he did. He said from today, and when we say he, we are talking about QZ, Mr. Zachary, from the beginning that we're back, guys. Let me be quiet. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you, Caramel QT, for always supporting me. Thank you. Thank y'all. Come on. Follow Lee, y'all.
Gab is left. Oh, wait, come on, sorry. Come on up, Mr. Zachary.
Like, subscribe. Somebody drop the membership link in the chat for me. Like and subscribe. Drop some super chats. Let's start Monday off good, y'all. Thank you.
After Detective Gaither told you you had to tell her about your stuff, did you tell her something different than what you had told her previously?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Were you, Moulton, Shannon, Tay, Tradon, and Demikion the ones that actually shot up the houses?
No, I did.
All right. By yourself?
Man, God,
You and Garlington?
yes,
How many guns y'all have?
a lot.
What does that mean?
I don't remember.
Then how do you remember it was a lot?
I know it.
Okay. Are you saying Garlington, because Garlington's now convicted of that too?
What?
Are you saying Garlington because Garlington now has been convicted of that too, so no more harm can come to him?
No, just telling the truth.
Okay. So why can you remember now when you couldn't remember a minute ago anything from 2015?
I told you I remember what I was on probation for. I told you that 10 times.
Right. But did you say you could remember what other people did?
I don't know what nobody else did. I know what I did.
Okay. So why did you tell the police that you, Moulton, Shannon, Tay, Traydon, and D were the ones that shot up the
I
house?
never told no police that Moulton shot at no house.
Do you remember Detective Gaither saying to you, effect on listener?
Overruled.
Do you remember Detective Gaither telling you that you think you could tell her about a whole bunch of other stuff and get help on your stuff, but you got to be honest about what you're here for? And that's how this works. It doesn't just work like you tell me a whole lot of stuff about other people and we forget about your stuff. You got to be honest with what you got going on. Do you remember her telling you that?
I wouldn't never look for help for myself.
I'm just asking you if you remember her telling you that.
No.
All right. Do you remember her saying, after something like that being said by Detective Gaither, all right, me, Moulton, Shannon, Tay, Traydon, and D.
I shot up a house, man, guards.
I'm asking you if you remember saying what I just asked. All right. How many cars were there that night?
How many people got convicted of it?
How many cars were the people who were with you in when you all shot up the houses?
100.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that there were 2 cars?
That's a lie. I
Objection
told you.
403.
Sustained.
Judge, how?
Overruled. I know what you're going to say. Yes, I overruled. Go ahead.
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that it was 2 cars?
I just told you it was 100 cars.
All right, but did you tell them that it was 2?
I don't know.
Okay. Which car were you in? Who were you in a car with?
Myself and Garton and Sledge.
Yourself and Garlington and Sledge? And Monktunk is the one you were closest with out of all of those?
Yes.
Then why did you tell the police you were in the car with Monktunk?
Because I was letting them, as I told you earlier, I was trying to let them know that Moulton didn't condone in that.
How does telling them you in the car with Monkton when you shooting up houses, tell them that he doesn't condone that?
Because I don't remember.
Okay. Now, what 2 cars did you all use?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you all used an Impala that was gray?
I don't know.
Now, you said earlier that you, Demekion, and who were in the car together?
Sledge.
Sledge. Do you remember telling
She know
the
not.
police,
She know
they
not.
asked you who all was in the car with you? Me, Monktunk, Shannon, and D.
I never saw Shannon that night.
Say that again now?
I never saw Shannon that night.
Do you see Shannon in the courtroom today?
I can't see that far.
Do you know whether he's in the courtroom?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
No.
Okay. Do you remember whether Traydon was in the car with you all?
When I in the car with me, Sledge, and Garton, I just told you that.
Was Traydon in another Impala with you all?
I just told you the only people in the car with me, Sledge, and Garton.
Right, I hear you. But I'm asking you about Traydon and the car he was in. Do you remember whether he was in another Impala?
I don't remember no Traydon.
Okay. Do you remember telling police that Traydon was in another Impala?
I just told you I don't remember. No Traydon, no Impala, nothing.
Do you remember an orange or burgundy or something Impala?
No.
Do you remember telling the police you did?
No.
So you don't remember telling them that orange or burgundy Impala?
I just dropped the membership link.
You don't remember telling them whether that orange or burgundy Impala was the same year as Mooktoon's, probably an '08 or something like that?
Listen, my lord, ADHD, autistic. I don't remember. I just be talking. I don't remember. Did y'all do y'all research on me before y'all even tried to put me in interrogation room or whatever it is?
Okay, you said you're ADHD and autistic?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell the police that the orange or burgundy car was the same year as Mooktoon car, probably a '08 or something like that?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I ask the basis, I don't know what 403 basis, so that I can table up the next question.
It's a waste of time.
Your Honor, it's not a waste of time.
Move on to the next question, please.
Do you know where Traydon stayed at?
I don't know no Traydon.
Do you know where Tay stayed?
I don't know no Tay. Well, yes, I know Tay, but I don't know which Tay.
All right. Did you know where the people were the If gang members y'all were shooting at on Adele stay?
I don't know who we was shooting at.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Traydon or Tay was the one that knew where the people who lived at Adele stayed at?
No,
Huh?
no.
All right. Now, had Tay had beef with the people on Adele before, specifically Philo and D?
I don't know.
All right. You said earlier that you knew Philo. Is Philo
Never
Philip
said I knew
Collins?
him. I knew of that name for being in my discovery package. I never knew him.
You didn't know him on April 28th?
No,
You didn't know him on August 5th?
no,
All right. By August 5th, I mean August 5th, 2015.
no.
All right. Did you tell the police that Philo was Philip Collins?
Hell no, I ain't say no. I don't know his name. I ain't see that name until I got locked up and it was in my discovery package.
Did you know a D or Darren Mills who was Philip Collins' little brother?
Never saw that name until I saw it in my discovery package.
Did you tell the police that D was Philo's little brother?
No, I don't know them people. I just told you that.
Were you asked whether those people lived at 1428 Adele Avenue over there by Mosley Park?
Objection 403.
Judge, if I may, Your Honor, I don't know how else the jury is going to know the witnesses' statements and be able to decide what's true and what's not without my asking specific questions.
You're asking about the questions being asked.
No, I'm asking, did he know that Philo and D stayed over there? And I understand, I'll change and I'll rephrase.
Okay.
Did you know that Philo and D stayed on 1428 Adele Avenue over by
I don't know them
Mosley
people.
Park?
I don't know where they stay.
Say it again.
I don't know them people. I don't know where they stay.
All right. And Mr. Zachary, I'm going to need you to do me a favor. You see the court reporter to your left? She's typing down things. And if you start talking before I finish asking questions, she can't get it down. So can you let me finish asking the question before you answer, please?
She asked me the same questions.
I understand.
Can't trip me up or trick me. You know that.
I don't want to. Can you do that for me?
All right.
Thank you. All right. So was your answer, you did not know that Philo and D lived on 1428
Yes,
Adele
I did not
Avenue?
know.
You're doing it again, Mr. Zachary. Can you let me
Told you
finish?
I'm ADHD, autistic. I'm
Okay.
just-
Mr. Zachary? The jury has to hear this information.
Yeah, like I can control this.
You can, can't you?
No,
Okay. Do you know where Mosley Park is?
no,
Okay. Did you know that D was Philo's little brother?
no.
How did you get involved in that mix since you weren't at the club? When Lil D, that is Demekion, got jumped, how'd you get involved in that mix?
I don't remember.
Did you get involved when they shot at Summer, when If Gang shot at Summer?
I never told who shot at Summer. I don't know nobody who shot. I just know she got shot at.
Is that when you got involved, when you learned that she got shot at?
Yes,
All right. And where did they shoot at Summer?
Campbellton.
Is that the part on Landrum?
Yes,
Did they shoot at Summer now before all the shootings happened or after?
before.
All right. Was Summer at Landrum Arms with Alexis and Tay at the time that they shot at them?
I don't know.
Did you tell police they were?
I don't know.
Were Summer, Alexis, and Tay in a car together?
I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked about them being in a car together?
I don't remember.
Did you clarify for the police that Summer wasn't with Tay, she was with Alexis?
I don't know.
Did you clarify that Tay hadn't gotten there yet?
I don't remember.
Do you know whether the people that shot at Summer were inside or inside of a car or inside of the apartment complex outside of the car when they shot at Summer?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that when Summer and them went into the apartment complex, that the people that were shooting at them started shooting from way down in Summer's parking lot?
I don't remember.
Did you call the police when you learned that they were shooting up Summer's apartment complex on Landrum?
I don't know the number to the police.
Do you know 911? Mr. Zachary? Mr. Zachary,
Huh?
do you know 911?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did someone else get shot that night?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that someone else had gotten shot that night?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police it was right after Demekion got jumped?
I don't remember.
And do you still not remember whether or not the people that shot were the guys from If Gang?
Sustained.
Did you tell the police who it was that shot after Demekion got jumped?
I don't remember.
Do you remember how you knew who it was that shot after Demekion got jumped?
I don't remember.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you-
Facts not in evidence.
The next question I think is gonna,
Sustained, but you can ask the next
All right.
question.
so you don't remember whether telling the police how you knew it was who
Objection, Your Honor.
shot?
Asked and answered, and it was just sustained, the objection.
You
That
can lay
was-
the foundation.
That's what I'm attempting to do.
Overruled.
So you don't remember telling the police how you knew it was who was shooting at Summer now?
No, I don't know.
Do you remember telling them that Summer saw the car that they were in?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what car they were in?
I don't know.
Do you remember what car you believed they were in?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police it was a gray Charger?
I don't remember.
Do you know at this time who drives or who drove a gray Charger on April 28, 2015?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police who drove a gray Charger during that time on April 28, 2015?
How can I tell them who driving
That's
if I wasn't?
a yes
I ain't
or no.
see it?
Can you answer the question? Do you remember telling the police who drove a gray Charger
Objection 403.
on a, Judge, getting to how he knows who shot whom and why steps were taken afterwards, and the fact that it was an alleged if gang and rival gang is very relevant and not cumulative.
Sustained, overruled.
Who is sustained?
The speaking objection is sustained and the other one is overruled.
Okay, so you can answer. Do you remember telling the police who it was that drives a gray Charger on April 28, 2015?
No,
Do you remember telling the police that that boy Philo and his name D, Philo's little brother, drove that car? Philo and D.
no,
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that the gray Charger was Philo's little brother's car?
no,
Now, do you know a Denise Bell?
no,
Have you ever heard of Denise Bell as it relates to, are you typing something on the computer? Mr. Zachary,
huh?
what you typing on the computer?
Oh, I don't know.
Leave the
Judge?
Computer alone, don't touch it.
At the time, did you know that Philo and D lived at 14, whether Philo and D, whether their family lived at 1428 Adele Drive?
I just told you, I don't know them folks, I don't know where they stay.
So is that a no?
No,
Did you believe Philo and D were shooting at Summer and Tay and Alexis?
no,
Did you tell the police that Philo and D were shooting at Summer and Tay and Alexis on April 28, 2015, while you were in that August 5th, 2015 interview?
no,
Was anyone else, as you sit here today, with Philo and D when they were shooting at Summer, Tay, and Alexis?
I never told you I saw who shot at no Summer and Lex.
Okay. Do you remember telling, after being asked, was anyone else with Philo and D, do you remember telling the police Stewie, the name Stewie,
No.
Stewie?
No,
Do you remember telling them also a boy named Spaz, Spaz?
no,
Do you remember telling them that all four of them were in the car and then they shoot at them? All four being Philo, D, Stewie, and Spaz.
make it make sense. If I didn't see the car, how can I know who shot at?
Help me make it make sense. Do you remember telling the police
Telling you
that?
that. I'm telling you, if you common sense, you'll see. If I didn't see the shoot, how can I say some name? That's just a lie. I don't remember.
Okay, we'll get to that. So that's a no, you don't remember telling the police that, right? Mr. Zachary?
Yeah,
Did Summer come home and wake you up after Philo, Stewie, Spaz, and D shot her up?
you keep saying them names. I don't know who shot at her.
Did you tell the police that Summer came and woke you up after that?
I don't know.
Did you call Montunk after getting a call from Summer about a shooting by those four guys?
You just said she came home. Now you
I'm
saying
asking
call.
you a different question. I didn't say anything, I'm asking. Did you call Montunk
I don't remember.
after getting a call about the shooting?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that you called Montunk?
I don't remember.
Did Montunk want you to ride with him to the Adele Drive location?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Montunk Didn't want you to ride with them. They wanted you to ride, but didn't want you to ride.
I don't remember.
Do you remember where you were seated in the car that you were in with Motoon?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you were seated in the back seat after they asked you where you were seated?
I don't,
Do you remember telling the police you didn't have anything to do with the shooting?
I don't remember.
Or didn't have to do anything at the shooting?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury, please, Mr. Zachary, who was sitting where in the car you were in?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Do you remember who was driving?
I don't remember.
Do you remember anything about, since you remembered it earlier, do you remember anything about the people, positions in the car that you said you were in the night Adele Avenue got shot up?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon's in the front?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Dee's on one side,
I don't
right?
remember.
Do you remember pointing out to the police during that interview where Motoon was driving?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that specifically Shannon was the front seat passenger? Huh? I didn't say the front seat.
Overruled.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon was a front seat passenger?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you were sitting behind Shannon?
Who got charged with it?
Why are you asking that?
Cause it don't make sense. He was there. How come he didn't get charged with it?
Mr. Zachary, will you please answer the questions that I'm asking? Do you remember telling the police that Shannon was the front seat passenger?
No,
Do you remember telling the police that you were sitting behind Shannon?
no,
Do you remember telling the police that Demekion was sitting behind Motoon?
no.
Hypothetically, if you did tell the police that Motoon was driving, how are you keeping Motoon out of it? He said today that he was trying to keep Motoon out of it.
Sustained.
Okay. How does telling the police that Motoon was driving keep Motoon out of the shooting?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
You got another one of these?
Nope. Do you not remember?
I don't know.
Okay. Who drove that, or who owned that orange other car, that orange or burgundy car that you now say you don't recall knowing about?
I ain't say I don't recall. I said I don't remember. It's different, I think. And I
Okay.
don't remember.
Okay, you said you don't know.
I said I
So,
don't remember.
do you remember telling the police that that boy Traydon owns that car?
I don't remember.
Do you know what gang Traydon belongs to?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that he's supposed to be a blood, but like a regular gang, but you don't know exactly which blood, but they're supposed to be blood?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were Moontunk, Shannon, and Dee in the car all together when they came and picked you up?
Shannon was never in the car. I never saw Shannon that night.
Did you tell the police that Moontunk, when Moontunk came and picked you up, Moontunk, Shannon, and Dee were in the car?
I don't remember. But I know Shannon wasn't with him.
And after the people came and picked you up, where did you all go first?
My cousin's house.
Which one? On Landrum?
Yes.
Now, when did you all at some point go to Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
Did you go to Perry Homes last?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that you went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you describe to the police going to the house on MLK?
I don't remember.
Are you not remembering because you see any people that you know out in the courtroom that you care about?
I just told you I can't see.
I understand, but you know who all's in this case, don't you?
No,
You haven't seen it?
haven't seen what.
Anything about this case?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
So are you concerned about being labeled a snitch?
I made it through prison being labeled that. I ain't scared of that. And I ain't never PC, never got touched, none of that.
What is PC?
Protected custody, I ain't never got, nigga ain't never laid no hand on me nowhere. I'm in prison,
Okay,
all different type of states, you know that.
okay. So who got out of the car and who stayed in the car?
I shot, I did everything.
I think I asked you this, but have you ever worn dreads around April 2015?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police Shannon and Dee and Tay got out the car and Montunk stayed in?
Shannon was never with us.
All right, listen to the question she's asking and answer that question, and then you can explain if you need to.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee and Tay got out of the car, and it's T-A-Y?
No, Shannon
And-
was never with us.
I'm sorry.
No, Shannon was never with us.
I understand that's your testimony today. I'm asking you if you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee and Tay, and by Dee I mean Demikion, and Tay got out of the car and Montunk stayed in. Do you remember telling the police that?
No,
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and went and shot up the house?
I shot up the house.
I understand. Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and shot up the house?
I shot up the house.
All right, listen to the question and answer the question she's asking.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and shot up the house?
No, I don't remember. I shot up the house. That's all I remember.
Since you now say that Shannon wasn't there, do you recall what kind of gun you told police Shannon had
No,
when he shot up the house?
he ain't had no gun. He went down.
Do you recall telling the police that Shannon had a Draco 7.62?
I'm the only one with a Draco.
Say the one.
I was the only one with that gun.
Okay.
That gun was in my name. How can somebody else have my gun?
Okay. So did you lie on Shannon?
Yeah, I told you that the other day.
Okay.
I lied on everybody.
So you told the police that Shannon had a Draco 7.62?
I don't remember, but I know that was my gun. So.
Did you know where the police or where that gun was on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Did you know whose gun? You're now saying that it was your gun, but at the time you talked to the police, did you know whose gun it was?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon already had the gun?
Shannon was never with us.
I hear you today. I'm asking you if you remember telling the police that Shannon already had the gun.
No.
Do you remember telling the police that it was a chopper?
A helicopter?
Is that the only thing you know is a chopper?
Yes.
You don't know about an AK-47 being called a chopper?
I think them called machine guns.
Okay. So if you hear yourself on a video calling it a chopper, would that help you remember?
It ain't gonna help me remember. They're gonna know that I lied.
Oh. So do you remember telling the police that that chopper was brown?
My gun. How can I said guns that I know was on the scene that I used?
How many guns can you shoot at one time? You personally?
2, 3, 2.
At one time?
2.
How do you hold a chopper? How do you hold a 7.62 and a 7.23 and shoot them both at the same time?
Easy,
How?
easy.
Show the jury.
I ain't showing no jury that, man.
Your Honor, would the court please instruct the witness to show the jury?
You're saying you can do it, so show the jury how
How
it
to
will
do
be
it, Your
done.
Honor. I don't know how to do it.
Do you recall telling the police that Tay had a 7.62?
Because I knew that I'm the only one had a 7.62. I knew that they know I had a 7.62 in my name.
Did your gun look like a big old deer gun?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Tay's gun looked like a big old deer gun?
I don't remember.
What kind of gun did Demekion have?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what you told the police about the gun Demekion
I
had?
don't remember.
Why don't you remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you were trying to protect Monktoon, but did you tell the police that Demekion had Monktoon's gun?
I don't remember.
How would telling the police that Demekion had Monktoon's gun protect Monktoon?
I don't remember.
Was the gun Demekion had the same gun that you got caught with in May?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that the gun you got caught with in May belonged to Monktoon?
No.
Did you tell the police that on April 28, 2015, Demekion had that gun?
I don't remember.
How many guns had you bought by that time, by August 5th, 2015, from any kind of pawn shop?
I don't remember.
Had you bought any from Arrowhead Pawn Shop?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you about buying 3 or 4 firearms?
I don't remember.
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember talking about buying 3 or 4 firearms?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Judge okay. Did Woody trick you out of those guns?
No.
Did you tell the police that Woody tricked you out of those guns?
I don't know.
Did the police show you yourself in Arrowhead Pawn Shop buying those guns?
I don't remember.
Did Traydon shoot any guns?
I don't know no Trey Dunn.
What now?
I don't know no Trey Dunn.
Did Tay shoot any guns?
One might have doubled me.
What now?
He wasn't there.
Do you remember telling the police, nah, Traydon did not shoot any guns because he was driving?
I don't know.
Did only you and the driver stay in the car?
I got out and shot.
Did you tell the police that you and the driver stayed in the car?
I don't know.
Now, where did you all park when y'all got to the house on Adele Drive?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you and Monktoon parked way back and Taynam got close to the house, like the front driveway or something? Do you recall whether they shot the house or whether they shot people?
I don't know.
Do you remember saying last week that you saw people running into the house and you had followed the car?
I don't know.
Was it dark or light when you all got to the Adele house,
I don't know.
Adele Drive house?
I don't know.
Did you all go to Perry Homes after Adele Drive?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that after Taynam shot at the Adele Drive house, that you all went to Perry Homes?
Tell you never shot at no house. I don't Remember nothing else.
Okay, did you tell the police that after Tay and them shot at the house, y'all went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Now, did you know anybody that lived at Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you knew that Philo's girl lived at Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
That Philo's baby mama lives at Perry Homes.
I don't remember nothing about no soccer.
What now?
I don't remember nothing about nobody but me.
Okay. And Moontoon, right?
I just know about me.
Okay. Did Tay know Philo D and Philo's child's mother from the west side?
I can't tell you what nobody else know.
Did you tell police they knew them from the west side?
I can't tell them what nobody know.
Did you tell them that Tay, Philo, and D that they had hung together?
They let me tell them what somebody else know.
I'm sorry, what?
They let me tell them what somebody else know.
Are you asking or telling me?
Asking.
I can't answer questions, only you can. Did you tell the police that?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Tay, Philo, and D were beefing before?
I don't know.
Is Tay slime?
I don't know.
What is slime?
I don't know.
Did you know on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Was Shannon 30 deep?
I don't know.
Was Demiki on 30 deep?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police anything about 30 deep?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Tay was from Capitol Homes and you and Moontoon grew up in Capitol Homes and that's how you all got together?
I don't know.
And that's how Tay was rolling with you, Shannon, and Moontoon?
Objection 403.
Overruled.
Did you?
I don't know.
So you don't remember whether you told the police if Tay was originally from Capitol
I
Homes?
don't know.
Who is Big Boo, if you know?
I don't like talking about deceased people.
You don't like talking about what, sir?
Deceased people.
Deceased people? Okay. I'm not gonna make you talk about him much, but do you know his real name?
Yes.
What is it, please?
Quinn Porter.
All right.
Quinn Porter.
And when you say he's deceased, just the year, when was he deceased?
What year?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I was locked up.
Okay. Now, did Tay used to hang with Big Boo?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, Gaither and Dennis, on August 5th, 2015, that that's how you met Tay, because Tay, all of you all used to hang with Boo?
You just said all of grew up together and kept home.
Did you tell the police that you all used to hang with Boo? You, Tay, Shannon?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you go to get some bullets the night of April 28th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you go to get bullets before you went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you had gone to get bullets before you went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you went to get bullets from someone that Dee knew on Cleveland, like at a trap spot?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember talking to police about what you did the night of April 28, 2015 regarding ammunition?
Objection asked and answered.
You sustained this objection about what they did and where they got the bullets from. So
Sustained.
that was funny to you. You chuckled.
Hmm?
That was funny to you? You chuckled.
I ain't chuckling.
Okay. Now, what is a trap spot?
I think that's a restaurant.
You're saying a trap spot is a restaurant?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you all get bullets for the 7.62?
I don't know.
Did you have Mooktoon's gun the day you got caught at the BP because he needed your smaller gun to go over to a girl's house?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Mooktoon needed your smaller gun to go over to a girl's house?
When I told him that some years later after I beat the case,
On August 5th, 2015, did you tell them that?
I don't know.
Did you tell them that it was a small little gun?
Who got caught with the gun?
Did you tell the police that it was a 40 Smith & Wesson
That's in my name, yes.
that was your gun that Mooktoon borrowed to go over to a girl's house?
I don't know.
Did you buy that 40 Smith & Wesson a day or two before you got locked up?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police you did?
I don't know.
When you all got to Perry Homes, who was it that got out and shot at that time?
I don't know.
Did Tay, D, and Shannon get out and shoot at Perry Homes?
Who?
Tay, D, and Shannon.
Only person was there was me and Garland.
So is that a no?
I never saw Shannon that day or no Tay.
Would you answer whether that's a no? When I ask you, did Tay, D, and Shannon?
Keep trying to put people there who want
I'm trying to just ask you a question. Did Tay, D, and Shannon get out and shoot at Perry Homes?
No.
Okay. Did you tell the police that Tay, D, and Shannon got out and shot at Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
Do you remember how many guns you all had in total?
100.
All right. Did anybody else join you all other than the ones that either you talked about today or that you told the police were with you? Huh?
I don't understand that question.
Did a person named Lee ever join you all?
No.
Did you tell the police that a person named Lee joined you all?
No.
Did you tell the police, did a person named Lee got out and shot with a handgun?
I don't even know no damn Lee.
You don't know a handgun?
I don't know a Lee.
And do you remember telling the police that Lee was in the car with Tay and them because that was Tay's friend?
I don't know. Keep putting people there.
Did you get dropped off at Sylvan Road after all this happened?
I don't know.
Did you get dropped off at a Chevron by 166?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you got dropped off
I don't know.
on Sylvan Road at the Chevron by 166?
Objection. 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember who dropped you off
You did.
after? Okay, I did.
Yeah.
Did you tell the police I did?
No, I ain't want them to know we were messing around.
Okay, you did. Okay. Now, did you tell the police that Summer's cousin you all off at the house?
No,
Was Summer scared to go back to her house?
I don't know.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Based, that Johnny explains what he did with Shannon.
Establish a basis and you can ask it. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Your Honor, I would object to Mr.
Well, you're the one that just did it.
Stop talking back and forth to each other. You need to turn on your mic. Go ahead and ask the question if you can establish a foundation.
Did Summer have her own car when you got dropped off at the Chevron by 166?
Why you keep asking me about another female? I
Just
don't know.
answer the question.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did Summer let her cousin keep her car?
I don't know.
Did Summer indicate that she was letting her cousin keep her car because she was scared to go back to the house?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you tell the police that Shannon and other people in the car with you were slime?
I ain't ever said nothing like that.
You never said anything like that?
No,
Okay, is Shannon slime?
no,
Was Moontoon slime?
I don't know.
Why do you know Shannon wasn't, but you don't know if Moontoon was?
Shannon ain't grow up with us.
What does that have to do with him being slime?
A lot.
Please tell us how. Your Honor, would the court please instruct me?
Answer the question.
I don't know, Your Honor.
So, who else was slime?
You?
Were you slime?
No.
What did you have to do to be slime?
I don't even know what the hell slime is.
Since you say you don't know what it is, did you know on August 5th, 2015 what slime is?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that they call themselves slime because they be stealing stuff?
All day.
The people who call themselves slime.
I don't know who called themselves slime.
Okay. But did you tell the police, quote, they call themselves slime because they be stealing stuff?
If I told them that means I had to know who was slime. I don't know who slime
Would
is.
you just answer the question?
I don't remember when I was in prison, I fell and hit my head.
Okay. Did you tell the police being slime is like, you and me are cool, right? And you got a girl or something, and you leave out the room, and I try and talk to her. I try and talk to your girl.
I said that.
Objection 403.
It's a description.
Overruled.
Did you describe that for the police?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police slime means there are no rules, basically?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, like, I slime that meant in is a proper way to use slime?
Answer the question.
I'm thinking, Your Honor. No.
Did you tell the police that if you were cool with someone, you could rob them and it would be like you just slimed them?
I don't know.
Does slime also mean that there is no loyalty?
I don't know.
were you ever slime is a better question.
I don't know what no slime is.
So then you should know whether or not you were ever slime.
No, I wasn't.
And why were you never slime?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that they would never let you get in?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that it was also because your brother and Moktu didn't really want you hanging around them like that?
See, there I go, trying to make Moonton look good again. I don't know.
Okay, so you did tell the police that?
I don't know. What if I do?
Did you tell the police that, let me ask you this, do you have a brother named Tay?
Why you gonna speak on my brother?
The brother that hung with Moktu,
My brother ain't never hung no Moonton.
the brother that didn't want you hanging around slime.
What the hell is slime? Why you gonna keep talking about my brother? I just told you that.
Did Moktu and your brother not want you hanging around Demikion and Wubino?
We're not gonna keep talking about my brother, my love.
Okay. Did
That's a
Moktu
sensitive
not
spot
want
for
you
me. We're not gonna keep talking about my brother.
Did Moktu not want you hanging around Demikion and Wubino?
That's just something I probably told them to make Moonton look good again.
So is that yes or no?
I don't know.
That's your opinion.
Is that yes or no? Did Muktu want you or not want you to hang around Demikion and Woodingham?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Muktu was slime?
I don't know.
Do you know how or if 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue linked up? Do you need
No,
a break or anything?
no.
Okay. So do you know, or did you tell, first of all, do you know whether or not 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue ever linked up?
No.
Did you tell the police that you did?
Oh, that was something I read in a newspaper article.
What newspaper article?
I don't remember that jump years ago.
Did you, years ago, before August?
I read it in somebody's discovery package too.
Okay. Did, whose discovery package?
I don't know, somebody I've locked up with.
All right. Did you tell the police that initially 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue didn't mess with one another? They didn't hang around one another?
I don't know.
And that they didn't start hanging with one another until Thugs started pushing with Woody?
I don't know.
Did Thug's relationship with Woody kind of bring everybody together?
Objection calls for speculation.
Did Thug's relationship with Woody bring you in closer to Slime?
I just told you I don't know no slime here.
But you said you hung with him though, right?
When I said that,
Did you ever hang with him?
I don't know what it is.
Okay. Did you ever hang or tell the police that you hung with him?
I don't know what that is.
Did you tell the police that Thug starting to push it with Woody is what caused you to start hanging around Slime?
No.
Tell the jury how it is that you and Woody got close.
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that the only reason you and Woody got close is because you hung with Monktoon and Monktoon was hanging with Thug?
I don't know.
Now, do you remember telling the police, or had you all ever had a problem with Mechanicsville? And by you all, I mean Slime, YSL, any of the people that you said earlier you're close with?
Who I
Had
said
you
I was
all
close
ever
with?
had a problem with Mechanicsville?
Who I said I was close with earlier?
Let's start with Slime. Did Slime ever have a problem with Mechanicsville?
What is Slime?
Did YSL ever have a problem with Mechanicsville?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, we've never had a problem with Mechanicsville?
When have I ever told the police I was Slime?
Did you tell the police that we have never had a problem with
When
Mechanicsville?
have I ever said I was Slime?
I'm going to ask you that question in a moment. Did you ever say to the police, we have never had a problem with Mechanicsville?
I don't know.
Your Honor, at this point, there is a line of questioning that deals with the matter that was raised by one of the defendants earlier that
All
I need
right,
to
let's
approach.
take our lunch break and we can sort it out over lunch. So y'all be back here at 1:30, please. Mr. Zachary, you can step back and be back at 1:30 also. Thanks.
Hey, y'all, they keep taking my phone, man. They keep taking my phone.
We'll discuss that in just a second, okay? You can, hang on, just so we can discuss it. Do y'all have his phone with, is his phone around somewhere? You can let him use it in, as long as supervised, yes.
What
Okay,
you
now-
mean, long as supervisors? Judge?
Somebody else is gonna be in the room with you.
What, I'm on a risk?
No,
So why, like, I pay that phone
you're
bill.
in the middle of testifying when, so those are gonna be the conditions, but you can use it.
I ain't never agreed to no conditions.
It doesn't really matter whether you agreed to it or not.
Yeah, I violate all my
All right,
rights.
you can step down and you're welcome to use your phone in the presence of investigator right now. After you finish testifying, you'll have it back without any other conditions. All right, yes, ma'am, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, actually, Mr. Atkins just pointed out that the court had made a ruling on
Okay,
this portion, so my apologies for
all
stopping the
right, no
question.
problem,
Well-
and we needed to eat lunch anyway.
Well, can I ask what
Yes,
we're talking about? Because there are some issues in Mr. Zachary's prior statements,
unresolved ones?
unresolved, that the state was, that Your Honor said that the state was going to have to lay a
Oh,
foundation
yeah,
through Mr. Zachary. And I'm not talking about prior inconsistent statements. I'm talking about
Right,
subject
things,
matters.
yeah. Well, I mean, yes, if I said that, then yes, the
This wasn't one
foundation
of
needs
them,
to be
but
laid.
yeah, this wasn't one of them, and I have in front of me those.
Huh?
That wasn't one of them.
So everybody's all good then?
I mean, the state is, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry, just, if there's no foundation laid for someone to have firsthand knowledge or admissible knowledge of something, that would mean the state and Ms. Love cannot get up there and start asking leading questions. Didn't you say, didn't you say, didn't you say? Because that would defeat the whole purpose of us litigating it prior.
Do you understand what she means there, Ms. Love?
Judge, I'm very well aware of the rules of evidence, and I fully understand what Mr. Sharp is arguing, and I know what we can and cannot do, and I will follow the court's previous instructions and the rules of evidence.
Okay, so just so we're really clear, if there was something that you needed to lay a foundation for his knowledge of before he could testify about it, then you're going to have to establish he has a basis for knowing it before you ask him. Do you remember telling the police that?
Of
Okay,
course.
all right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can you ask the state to direct me to where, when that they had a good faith belief to ask the question to Mr. Zachary that he told the police the name Philip Collins? I don't have that in my notes, and if it's in the transcript, I just missed it, or in the recording.
Judge, first I said Philo, and I asked him because everybody knows it's in all the information we've provided to the defense. And I think without looking back on prior testimony, at least one witness may have discussed the fact that Philip Collins was Philo, but I will confirm that. But Mr. Steele is very well aware that Philo is Philip Collins. That's in everything that we've given
That's
him.
not what he is. He's saying,
The good faith basis
did you, yeah, that Zachary told the police that.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I can show it to him. I sure can.
Okay.
It is on page. Let me see. And I know that he may have probably just overlooked it. So it is on page. As I'm looking for the transcript portion, I can tell you that in the interview where right before they start talking about going over to Harry Holmes, the police asked Mr. Zachary, here it is, who drives the gray Charger? Backing up to somebody got shot that night. Mr. Zachary was asked by Gaither, do you remember what time they shot at him? She asked whether it was right after Demekion got jumped. And Gaither asked, how do you know it was these people? We're talking about the guys from If Gang, right? Mr. Zachary says, yeah, because she's seen what car they were in. Gaither asked, which car were they in? Mr. Zachary says, a gray Charger. Gaither asked, and these are some of the questions that they said, 403, irrelevant and all that were sustained. Gaither asked, who drives a gray Charger? And Mr. Zachary said, that boy, Philo, and his name D, he drove Philo's little brother. He drove, D is Philo's little brother. He drove that car. And then Gaither says, Philo and D. And Gaither says, so Philo and D, they shoot at them. And Zachary says, yes. And that's when she asked him,
Okay, so is there a last name Collins in there anywhere? I think that's what he's asking.
So, Your Honor, what I said is something about Philo or Philip Collins. Philip Collins is Philo.
Okay, but that's not in the conversation he had with the police. That's just you asking him, is it Philip Collins?
Yes, that's exactly right. And Your Honor, he asked what good faith basis I had for asking, and I'll tell you that when he said Philo and his little brother D, and we've heard testimony from one witness, I won't call it, she's a lay witness, who said that her sister's children were Darren and Philo or Philip Collins, and that Darren is younger than Philip Collins. They objected when I asked about the age. The court sustained that, but
We will also hear testimony. I believe we've heard
Okay, so the
some.
question was, I think, or the objection or the request for clarification was where you have a good faith basis for asking if, or suggesting that he told the police Philip Collins.
That's not what he said. He said, did the state have a good faith basis for asking if he knew Philip Collins?
Okay, so they have a good faith basis for asking if he knew, and apparently it's not in the transcript that he ever used the last name.
Well, I'll find the exact quote over lunch, but this is why I'm objecting to the prosecutor suggesting things.
Well, she can
without-
ask, was it Philip Collins? And he can say, I don't know, because I don't know Philo anyway,
I'll get
or
the
whatever
exact
he's
quote
gonna say.
because I don't
Okay.
believe that's how it was framed, but I'll get the exact quote.
Okay, well, I don't think it's particularly material whether he used a last name or not in talking to the police, because he's essentially saying at this point, I don't remember anything, I don't know anything, I don't know those people.
Your Honor, I find it material that a lawyer would say, looking at a transcript and say to a witness.
All right, just go back and look then at what it was that she said, and there's no point us talking about it if we don't know exactly what it is. Okay, anything else before lunch?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Just because we're talking about what the lawyer did and not the evidence is, I want to say that I didn't just look at a transcript. I listened to the interview a lot.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll see everybody back at 1:30.
Okay, guys. So I was just in the courtroom. I went and sat in there, see what was going on. I handled my matters and went to sit in there. And child, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. Let's see. Did we find out if yes? Okay, hold on. Let me get this going for y'all.
Would make an indictment or make modifications to the indictment so that the indictment was proper for trial, and that it gets rid of a couple counts that
Okay, guys, I got
not
Dolph trial on while we are on lunch, as promised.
we don't have count one and then count four, but rather one, two, and three. The three charges that will be on trial are conspiracy to commit first degree murder, which is count one of this indictment, murder in the first degree, which is count two of the indictment, and convicted felon possession of a firearm, which is count three of the indictment. Counts one and two have not been altered, but count three, the state and the defense have met, and we will have a stipulation during the trial that Mr. Johnson is a convicted felon. We're going to withhold from the jury the offense for which he was convicted. So instead, count three will read that he's been convicted of a felony offense that qualifies under TCA 3917 1307B1A. And it does not say the title of the offense, which is aggravated assault. So this stipulation is consistent with case law. Mr. Johnson's going to, Mr. Evans and Mr. Johnson are going to sign that during the trial. So we have sanitized the indictment, I guess is the proper terms for that. Yes, and I think the court has a copy of the sanitized indictment.
I do. Yes.
Very good.
And do you have the stipulation already typed?
We do, we have it typed, and Mr. Evans has reviewed it. I think he just needs to get his client to review it with him.
That's correct.
fine. And at some point, we'll make that an exhibit.
The second thing, obviously, there's cameras and media in the courtroom. There are also incredibly heightened security risk, security concerns during this trial, both inside this courtroom and outside this courtroom. But this is one violent act and series of violent acts that have occurred in this case or around this case. There's witnesses that have true security concerns now and going forward after this trial. And there's also family members who have certain privacy rights and security concerns as well. I've been asked by several of the witnesses and by several of the family members, or maybe all of the family members, that I request from the court that the media not be allowed to film their faces during this trial or on their way in and out of the courtroom. This is a request that other judges in this building have granted numerous times when there's security implications like this, and that's what I would ask for, Your Honor. When they testify, it's customary in those circumstances that basically they film the feet of the witness, but obviously the audio and everything public. But I'd make that request with regard to several of these witnesses and all the family members coming in and out of the courtroom.
So let me make sure I'm clear about your request, that media not be allowed to film family members' faces or witnesses' faces, or both.
Yes, and that. Not be able to film family member faces as they come in and out of this courtroom.
Okay.
But they not be allowed to film the two family members that will be the first two witnesses, their faces.
Okay.
And then going forward, maybe before we call a witness in which there's a particular security concern, we can address Your Honor as to whether or not they're able to film the faces of those particular witnesses.
Mr. Evans, any objection?
I have no objection to that, so long as the defense would be extended the same courtesy if there was a particular witness that we needed to call with that concern.
Certainly. All right.
The final thing we'll put on the record now.
Let me address before we go further. You want to step aside so I can speak to Dean, my cameraman back there. Dean, so I'm going to grant the state's request that the family members, and whom you're going to know, because they'll probably be brought in very shortly together, that their faces not be filmed as they come in and out of court, okay? Or that their faces not be filmed. I'm going to, this is a security risk. This is a high security issue in trial that we're trying to do this week. So for the safety of the families, I'm going to order that you not film their faces. The first two witnesses the state has informed me will be family members. The court has no problem with filming chest down, feet, but not their faces. You understand?
I understand.
Any questions?
Yes.
Yes.
As long as we can do our due diligence. I mean, actually, because I know nothing of this case, I know nothing of anything here. I'm from out of state.
Yes, sir.
So I want to make sure that I do what you tell me. So I have no problem to say.
The public information person, Ms. Whitaker, will let you know.
Okay.
This is gonna be her job for right now.
Okay.
So let you know when family members are coming in, for you not to film those faces. And I'm telling you now, the first two witnesses, you won't be filming their faces.
Gotcha.
All right. From that point, then the state's going to let you know, or let me know to let you know,
Okay.
who, or the defense about with the faces that don't need to be shown. Okay?
Can we move her down there?
She got it down. All right, what's the third one?
Just go ahead and tender to the court so Your Honor can go ahead and sign it. There's a stipulation with regard to the first witness, the corpus witness.
Yes, sir.
That Mr. Evans and I have already signed and go tender to you.
So let me make sure I understand this. So the corpus witness will be testifying, but won't be showing photos.
The corpus witness will be testifying, but will not show any autopsy photos. The corpus witness will show.
So this is a stipulation of fact. I shall read it into the record right now. You have an objection to that?
No objection.
The parties in this matter, the state of Tennessee.
K
represented
Bears,
by
this
Paul
is the
Ackerman
first
and Iris
day.
Williams, and the
This is
defendant,
day
Justin
one.
Johnson, represented by Luke Evans.
These are preliminary matters of
Respectfully
Young Dolph's
agree to
trial.
the following. The victim in this case is Adolph Thornton Jr. He was a living person who is now deceased. Adolph Thornton Jr. was, as you will hear in later testimony, the same person that autopsy 2021-2619 was performed upon. These are facts agreed to by the parties and may be accepted as true without the need for a witness or further proof. This is a stipulation made in all homicide cases so that family members of the victim do not have to view autopsy pictures of the victim. It's so stipulated and approved by the court.
I'll grab that from your clerk.
Right, let her.
First
I'll
witness.
let-
And then the
And
final
at some
thing.
point, you can read that to the jury.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do it with the corpus witness, who will be our first witness.
Okay.
So Ms. Williams can get that from your clerk here in a second. The final thing, this is, Mr. Evans and I have both worked hard and had numerous meetings with each other in an attempt to sort of go ahead and address and with regard to pre-trial, many of pre-trial sort of matters. So let me put one thing on the record to sort of allay any concerns Mr. Evans may have, but also give the court the heads up. And it may be that with a couple of these witnesses, before they actually testify, we may need to have the jury out so your honor can admonish the witnesses with regard to one thing. There are other acts of violence. I think I mentioned other acts of violence that are related to this case that at least two of the prospective witnesses are aware of or present for, and these are acts of violence in which Mr. Johnson also personally engaged. Whether or not those are relevant to this case, it's the state's intention not to put on evidence or elicit testimony with regard to these other acts in this trial. And that's something Mr. Evans and I have talked about sort of at length, and we've come to sort of that understanding with each other. And so before that particular witness testifies, I think it'd be smart to have the jury out and just instruct the witness again that we're not going to talk about those other crimes. Obviously, that's for
Chelsea,
our
why
case
your
to
fan
be
did not
for
go on
direct,
trial? They all took pleas. Everyone took a plea.
where cross-examination goes or whatever is, a different story. But I want to lay any concerns. I won't be talking about other crimes or other acts of violence in my opening or anything like that. Our plan is to proceed, on this act.
Anything else to add to that, Mr. Evans?
So the only thing I would add, Your Honor, is obviously Mr. Johnson in no way concedes that he committed any of the other acts, but other than that, what Mr. Hagerman has said is accurate, and we've met and had an understanding about that.
Thank you. We probably need to make that stipulation and exhibit.
We can,
you want to do that now, or you want to wait?
well, we can do it with the witness on stand, Judge, if Your Honor wants to.
That's fine. Anything else?
Judge, I just have one issue to bring to the court's attention. When we were doing jury selection, I made a motion to allow Mr. Johnson to sit at council table based on his right to a fair trial and to assistance of counsel. Your Honor denied that motion initially. I'm renewing that same motion today so that he be allowed to sit at counsel table and assist us during the trial. In one case in point, as Your Honor remembers, one of the jurors that we voir dired gave his impressions, and we voir dired on it somewhat, about getting the sense if somebody wasn't engaged in with the lawyers, that would give him a sense that they didn't really care about their case. Although other jurors didn't state that on the record, that is the concern for prejudice in Mr. Johnson and his right to a fair trial. Also, his ability to converse with us, be at table, be able to view things without us having to turn around when the trial's going on, is paramount to him being able to fully exercise his right to counsel.
During jury selection, I specifically remember you asking a particular juror, was her thoughts about the defendant and what he may or may have not done in the past affected by the fact that he wasn't sitting at counsel table. And she specifically said, no, that didn't have anything to do with why she felt the way she felt. That juror was stricken, but you had the ability at that time, as you needed, to ask how people thought about that. So I'm going to continue to deny that request.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And before we get started, juror number 4 was a no-show, and so she has been excused. Anything else? We will move. Okay, there's no chair. Anything else we need to take up before we bring this juror in?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hagerman, you want to bring the family in before the jury comes in? You want to bring the family in?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
You see them, but they. This is how they receive it. I'm just see. You ready? Welcome to. I'm sorry. I didn't know if you had done anything. Friday. So I forgot we were gonna have still cameras in the back. They need to know the same thing about taking pictures, right? Photographers, we're not taking facial photos of any member of the family. We're also not taking facial photos of the first two witnesses, okay? Feet, sit down, but no facial photos. There may be more witnesses to come that you'll have to do the same thing for, but we'll let you know as they come. Is that a shuttle lens on here? Huh? That, you don't hear it, shuttle lens? Is that what that is?
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. Jury's not getting into the courtroom.
You can remain standing. You raise your right hand, please. When I finish, you just all say, I will. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to well and truly try the issues that traverse herein, joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant, Justin Johnson, upon a true bill of indictment, charging him with the offenses of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, murder in the first degree, and convicted felon in possession of a firearm, a true deliverance make, and a true verdict render, according to the law and evidence, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning.
Good morning.
Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, jurors, and the judge will be doing over the course of the trial. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you are to go about reaching your decision. But now I simply want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as an indictment. An indictment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to all the charges. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, the defense may make an opening statement if he so chooses. Again, statements of attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After the state's rebuttal, the defense may put on further proof. After you have heard all of the evidence, the state and the defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. After you hear my instructions, I will excuse the alternate jurors, and the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decisions will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raised during the trial, as well as in my final instructions. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law in my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you will arrive at your verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against him. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove his innocence, to have his attorney make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. You as jurors must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crimes charged in the indictment. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest that you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person impress you as honest? Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decision on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you have probably heard the term circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I will give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of the case. Keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence, which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during your deliberations. You are not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or an attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk with them about any subject matter whatsoever. You may see them in the hallway, on an elevator, or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best standing rule is to not say anything. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It is important that you wait until all the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all of the evidence you may properly consider to decide the case. Because of this, you should not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. I do not know if there will be any media reports in the newspaper, on television, on the radio about this case. You are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to any reports. You as jurors must base your decision solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness may give. This simply means that the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular response that was made or statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law that should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing. And in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss a matter out of your presence. I will try to avoid as many of these interruptions as possible. We will try to resolve some of these things in the morning before we get started. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. In the long run, they save time for us all. If after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of any offense, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the indictment.
Indictment 22-04769, State of Tennessee versus Justin Johnson. It's an indictment in 3 counts. Count 1 is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 2 is murder first degree. And count 3 is convicted felon in possession of a firearm. This is count 1 of the indictment. State of Tennessee Criminal Court, Shelby County, September term of 2022, count 1. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath present that Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, and Jermarcus Johnson, between June the 1st of 2021 and March the 1st of 2022 in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, with premeditation, and with the intent to commit the offense of first-degree murder as classified in Tennessee Code Annotated 3913-202 against the person of Adolph Thornton Jr., enter into an agreement with each other to commit the said offense. The said Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, and Jermarcus Johnson, acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the said offense, and agreeing that one or more of them would engage in conduct which constitutes the said offense. In furtherance of said conspiracy, one or more of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act, to wit, Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, traveled to 2370 Airways Boulevard and killed Adolph Thornton Jr. Cornelius Smith traveled to 2370 Airways Boulevard and killed Adolph Thornton Jr. Hernandez Govan solicited both Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, and Cornelius Smith to kill Adolph Thornton Jr. Jamarcus Johnson aided in Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop's, hideout and escape after the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. Aided communication between Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, and Cornelius Smith after the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. and facilitated payments to Cornelius Smith for the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. All of which is in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-12-103 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed by the District Attorney General for the 30th Judicial District. Count 2, State of Tennessee, Criminal Court of Shelby County, September term 2022. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected and paneled, sworn and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee. Upon their oath, present that Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, on November 17, 2021, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Adolph Thornton Jr. in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, again, signed by the District Attorney General for the 30th Judicial District. Count 3, State of Tennessee, Criminal Court of Shelby County, September term 2022. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected and paneled, sworn and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, presented Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, on November 17, 2021, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the filing of this indictment, did unlawfully and knowingly possess a firearm, having been convicted of a felony offense that qualifies under Tennessee Code Annotated 39-17-1307B1A on May the 2nd, 2017, in the Division 8 of the Criminal Court of Shelby County, Tennessee, under docket number W17-00355, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-17-1307 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Going in reverse order, that third count was convicted felon in possession of a firearm. That second count was murder in the first degree. And that first count, long one, was conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. It's signed by the foreperson of the grand jury, a true bill having been returned on November the 10th of 2022.
Mr. Justin Johnson, how do you plead?
Mr. Johnson, please not guilty.
Thank you.
And welcome to Memphis. Two things first. I told you last week, there's going to be cameras, there's going to be TV cameras. You hear them clicking, you know right now. When you stood up to take the oath, you probably heard them clicking too. But like we told you last week, and what the judge has instructed each and every one of them, is they cannot film y'all at all. When those cameras were clicking when you stood up to take the oath, they were taking pictures of the judge. As I'm talking to you now, they're taking pictures of me, but not y'all at all. Not at all. Second thing, like I told you last week, we don't have the big windows looking out into the city. We don't have the fancy wood benches in the back. Our room is a third of the size of what we were in last week. That wood behind you, probably not even wood. We got a lot of carpet. We got a lot of carpet. But in Memphis talk, we still call this a courtroom. And in this courtroom, the words we talked about last week, presumption of innocence, elements, cases, charges, criminal responsibility, they're not just words. They're the law, and we take an oath to take them seriously and to follow, even without the fancy blue benches or the big windows. We call this a courtroom. And in here, our job is to apply the law to the facts and to do what's right. Welcome to Memphis. Welcome to Memphis, November the 17th of 2021, in the middle of the afternoon, just after noon, about 12:20, 12:21, 2, 3, 4 in the afternoon. Sorry. You can stop there. Can everybody see it? Yes, sir. This is Memphis, Tennessee. This neighborhood is close to the airport. It's called Orange Mound. It is a historic neighborhood in Memphis. One of the first predominantly Black neighborhoods that had so much history, so much art and culture, and of such, significance, that it used to be compared to Harlem in New York City. There was a time when it was particularly vibrant, at a theater, arts. It's an important neighborhood in Memphis. It is less than 15 minutes from this building. Like I said, it's by the airport. In the 80s and 90s, it became riddled with crime, with drugs, with poverty, with gangs. It is trying hard nowadays to make a resurgence, to go back to what it was. There are families that have lived there for decades, generations. There are businesses and other things that have been there for decades. What we're looking at here is one of those Memphis businesses, a family business. This is the storefront of Makita's Cookies. This is the front of the store. This is its parking lot in front of it. Makita's Cookies. They sell butter cookies, basically. Some have icing on them. This is simple butter cookie. People say they're real good. In Memphis, they say they're fire. So we got a cookie store that sells fire butter cookies in the middle of the day at 12:21 in the afternoon.
You're standing in front of them.
You can stop it here. All right. So in 2021, people thought that was like a Lamborghini or something, because they hadn't seen the new Corvettes yet, really. They weren't around. That is in fact one of those new Corvettes. It has a special wrap on it, is what they call that. It's not something you can buy, from the dealership. You have to get that done yourself. Well, here that's a special wrap that the Memphis rapper artist, Young Dolph, had on several of his vehicles.
If it survives or he has another crisis, but if that,
Regardless, we'll do that in the trial itself. There's no point doing it twice.
Good morning,
just
everybody.
to see how, okay, and see what his testimony would be, because he's indicated,
That's not how trials
because
work.
he's real sick, and if we have a problem here, I don't think you'd want to have it from a jury. But, I'll put it on the record, and whatever you decide to do, obviously we'll go along.
Okay.
So you just keep me, I have 2 cases upstairs. I plan on being here for a while.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I know
Yes.
that Mr. Scheib's concern stated to the court has been his client going back to the jail. And I know that that has been the concern that Mr. Scheib has expressed to the hospital personnel. But as I stated before, if he is to come here following the hospital, there's no need to go back to the jail if we.
All right. And I thought y'all were going to work something. Well, I mean, let's imagine a scenario where he gets released from the hospital at 4:30 or 5. Then what happens? I thought the 2 of you were going to work out some kind of other arrangement where he is kept in custody, considering the issues about whether he's going to appear voluntarily or not, but not in the jail.
That has been dealt with, and that has been.
That's what we want. So he can go back to his house. You
He
want to
would
put a GPS monitor?
He would not be at his house. He would be, we would still have to keep him in custody somewhere outside of a jail, I suppose. We could work on that
So
and
have
talk
y'all-
about that later. Because
Well, I don't know about working on it and talking about it later, because it sounds like whatever, this is a fluid situation, and the kind of release, nobody seems to know when that's going to occur. And if it occurs at a time when he can't be brought immediately over to testify, then there need to be other arrangements in place. And you say we've worked.
It's a 2008 Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals case, and it is at Penn Site 320. So it's on the 17th of the 23 pages that I gave to the court. Sure can, and Your Honor, if I may provide to Mr.
You
Adams.
may.
All right. Page 17 of 23. At the bottom, and I don't want to go into all the court can see the other portion, but the district court's decision to exclude other crimes evidence, and this is not an other crimes evidence situation, but was grounded in the court's concern about the length of time it would take to present the evidence. And of course, the Court of Appeals said that the district court is of course vested with authority, broad authority to control the manner of trial and presentation of the evidence. Nevertheless, the subject to the district court's reasonable management of cases brought to the court for trial, the government too has a broad discretion to prosecute crimes. Although we sympathize with the district court's concern about the length and complexity of the trial, we agree with the government that the district court excluded the other crimes evidence without sufficiently considering the importance of the evidence to the government's case.
Slow down just a tad.
My apologies.
For the court.
While the government could easily prove the fraud and identity theft charges against Siegel without the other crimes evidence, the 1512A1 Charlie charge, as we have previously discussed, requires the government to prove that Siegel killed Watkins for the purpose of preventing Watkins or others from giving law enforcement officials information about the crimes she had committed. It goes on to talk about how intent is a difficult element to prove, but other crimes evidence is highly probative of his intent. And the district court in that case, unlike in this case, completely unlike in this case, excluded the evidence in its entirety, whether there was other evidence that could establish the elements necessary to prove it. So also, as it flows down into the next few sections, it talks about, down in section 5, to summarize, we conclude we've got jurisdiction over appeal. They found that the information was admissible, and they concluded that the court had erred by striking down all of the evidence. That is not what this court is doing, but the reason that I'm bringing this case before the court is mainly that the objection is being made that the evidence the state is presenting is either a waste of time or there's no relevance. There are 403 objections being made as we go through portions of the transcript. Before I get into tying that with the legal argument, I'd ask the court to look at as well United States versus Johnson, 89 F 4th 997 at 103 and 104. So it's page 9 of 15. And just briefly, in this particular case, the court decided that certain information was excluded, ruling that it had some probative value, but that ultimately they excluded it. The portion that I think is important is that at Penn site 103 going into 104, in denying the state's motion for reconsideration, the district court, or in denying, yes, the district court explained that the evidence was not central to the government's case, that the government had ample other evidence to prove possession, and it would be so highly prejudicial it couldn't be mitigated by its proposed limits. Again, this is not the grounds that the court has made any ruling on, but as to the limits on other evidence, which the courts address on page 10 of 15, it says that it is true that the probative value of evidence is relative. The probative value of a single piece of evidence may decrease with every additional piece of evidence a party introduces to prove the same point. At the same time, the prosecution, with its burden of persuasion, needs evidentiary depth to tell a continuous story. The prosecution is not limited to providing bare bones proof of the elements of the crime, and the court is not telling us that that is what we have to do. So I don't want to confuse anybody, and certainly not the record, and suggest that. It is entitled to tell a colorful story with descriptive richness. Here, the government should not be required to sanitize its description of the firearm when the details are probative of possession. This is true even when other evidence relevant to possession is available to the government. And then it goes on to talk about Rule 403 and how they analyze it. And it talks about that a district court, how it can abuse its discretion when it so strictly or narrowly narrows the evidence that it's a litigant is essentially prevented from presenting his or her case. I'm not saying that the court is preventing us from limiting our whole case. What I'm saying is the previous paragraph is most pertinent, Your Honor, in that we have the burden of persuasion, which needs evidentiary depth to tell a continuous story. Of course, the information that we're eliciting from this witness is something that no one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is going to want the jury to hear from this witness. I don't believe that it is sincerely perceived as a waste of time when the jury has seen this witness and his demeanor, and they're going to have to weigh what this witness is saying today versus what they said at the time that they gave the police statement versus what he claims are his explanations for the differences. The court's going to give the jury the instructions at the end. There are nuances in this case. For instance, as I was listening back to Antonio Sledge's testimony, when my colleague across the aisle said that we had no good faith basis with respect to asking the witness whether he knew Philip Collins. Mm-hmm. In Mr. Sledge's, I think, factual acknowledgments, it flat out says that Philip Collins, I think, is Darren Mills's older brother. I think we say something like that. I went back and looked at some of the transcripts from the previous days in court, and I will get that to the court and to counsel as well. But there are nuances that go into the state proving that we need to show to meet our burden of persuasion, and that provides evidentiary depth to tell a continuous story. So when we are talking to this witness and asking certain questions, and I'll go back to asking one of the witnesses the age differences between two of her nephews, and there was a relevance objection as to the age of Darren Mills and the age of Philip Collins. And the witness testified that which one was older and which one's the oldest brother. So throughout this trial, the state is presenting evidence in the form of building blocks. There will be no, in a case this massive, one bullet that takes out everything. And by limiting the state, improving its case in the way that the state sees fit, the defense essentially seeks to sanitize our case and to prevent us from presenting and using the evidentiary depth at our disposal through our evidence to tell a continuous story through each witness, which the defense has every right to come in and attempt to tear down, but which the state nor the people that the state is speaking on behalf of should be disadvantaged as a result of not being able to present.
All right.
I appreciate the court allowing me to share that with the court. And we also found the point where my colleague across the aisle said that if we call...
What exactly was said?
If you want to play it out loud, you going to pull it up? Pull it up for me. If we call Detective Gaither to the stand to play this, I will object. That's part of it. That's all that's written here. But I'm going to listen to all of it, where he says, if we are having him come here and say, I don't recall to everything, which we didn't expect him to do, Mr. Zachary, that is, that he would object to us.
Okay, that doesn't mean it would be sustained. I thought you were talking about the part that that Mr. Steele had raised about the Phillips last name. Did anybody find that and see exactly what that question was?
Oh, yes. So I didn't find the exact. So we're looking for the exact objection.
Okay, not the objection. Mr. Steele, Mr. Steele, what was your objection to?
That we did not have a.
Okay, my objection is, the question was put to Mr. Zachary by the prosecutor. Did Mr. Zachary tell the police that this person's name is Philip Collins?
Okay, that's what I thought.
Your Honor, what I remember him saying was we didn't have a good faith basis for asking if he told the police that his name was Philip Collins.
Right.
What I said was, did you tell the police that his name was Philo or Philip Collins? I used Philo first, and then I said, or Philip Collins. And when he says that I don't have a good faith basis.
I know you have a good faith basis for thinking Philip's last name is Collins. Do you have a good faith basis for suggesting that he ever told the police that Philo was Philip Collins? Just, did he ever mention the last name to the police?
Your Honor, in listening back to it, something so specific as did he mention the last name? I had a good faith basis because when the police are talking about Philip Collins and they name names and he's agreeing.
Did they say Philip Collins?
The name Philip Collins, I believe, was raised in the transcript, not the transcript, but the recording in the interview. I'll go back and find that as well.
If it was, fine.
But throughout, I did have a good faith basis, just like when I asked someone if they know Antonio Sledge when they call them Muntu.
Okay.
I apologize. It's like children. That's how I feel. I'm like a child, but that didn't happen. It's not in the transcript. It's not in the recording.
Okay, so I'm just going to say that it is really not the be all end all of this case, whether the last name Collins is in the transcript. So let's move on from that. And Ms. Lev, I appreciate the case law. And you are right that I am not excluding, evidence in its entirety. What I am trying to accomplish is for you to ask the questions about the things that are material, not every line or every other line, and I'm exaggerating a little bit, but not all of the minutia of what is in this statement, like how far away they parked when whomever did the shooting. I mean, does that really matter?
There's a reason that I asked that question. When there's a witness who talked about them parking at the stop sign. He may not have seen the other car, but this witness has testified that it was only him and one person who followed a car and shot at people. Yep. So the fact that there is a witness who testifies that there was a car that stopped up the street at the stop sign, and we have this witness telling police in August 2015 that they stopped kind of far back, and that the other car stopped in front of the house and shot. We believe that those details matter, and they provide what the court called, I think, evidentiary depth, and that the jury can look at what other witnesses unconnected with this witness say and decide which version of the statements that this witness has given is true and why.
So then you can just say, did you park really far away? And then he can say no. And then you can impeach with the statement. It's all that needs to happen.
Judge, I understand, but respectfully, we can't tell the defense how to ask questions, Your Honor, and I appreciate the court's suggestions regarding how more succinctly to ask the questions, but I don't ask the questions that I ask for no reason. I certainly don't ask them for the purposes of delay.
I know it's not for the purpose of delay. I think it must be because you think every tiny little detail is crucial to your case. And that's why you're asking every tiny little detail.
I don't think every tiny little detail for sure, but I do think that details matter. And
I know that you think that details matter.
And
All right, well, it's been 20 minutes that we've been on this one topic. Maybe we'll just cut our lunches down to 35 minutes from now on, since we have to hold the jury so far past when we're supposed to be picking back up. So please take it into consideration, but I mean, I don't know if you're going to do that or not. I don't know if I'm like even getting the concept through to you.
Your Honor, of course.
Okay, good. Let's get the
Recordings.
witness back in and then the jury back in. I'd love that. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. And welcome back, Mr. Zachary.
Mr. Zachary, would you please tell the jury if you know of a place that you refer to as the gambling house or the dugout?
I don't know.
Sir,
I don't know.
I need you to speak into the microphone.
I don't remember.
When you say you don't remember, are you speaking of the gambling house or the dugout or both or something else?
Both.
Do you recall whether you knew of a place called the Gambling House on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Okay. What about the dugout?
don't remember.
At one point, did you believe that, first of all, Kelvin Watts, what name do you call him?
I don't know no Kevin Watts.
You don't know him at all?
I don't know.
Do you know a person that you refer to as Kel?
I don't know.
Do you remember speaking about a person that you called Kel with investigators Gaither and Dennis on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis about the gambling house being shot up?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling or talking to the detectives in August 2015 about the dugout getting shot up?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis that you were at the gambling house or dugout at the time that people started shooting at it?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling detectives Gaither and Dennis that Thug was at the gambling house or dugout at the time that people started shooting at it?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Detective Gaither and Dennis asking you when that had occurred?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling them that it occurred either in November or December of 2014?
I don't remember.
Do you recall then remembering that it occurred around December 2014?
I don't remember.
Do you recall, do you know whether Jeffrey Williams' car or vehicle was at the dugout on the date that the shootout occurred?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that during the shootout, sorry, Judge, that during the shootout, Thug's window was shot out?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that Thug said, nah, I ain't cool with them niggas, so they pay for my window?
I don't remember.
Now, do you know whether or not Woody and Kel had anything personal going on?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that Woody and Kel did?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling them your surmising that they were trying to show who had more girls, more money, or which one of them had more money?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
How often did you go to Crucial?
I don't remember.
Were you ever at Crucial when Kel was at Crucial?
I don't remember.
Did you ever go to Crucial with Thug?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether Thug gave you or any of your friends money to throw around at Crucial?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling Gaither and Dennis in August 2015 that Thug would come into Crucial, give them money and stuff to throw, and Kel didn't want him to do that?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this goes directly to other matters that we have shown and intend to prove or show at trial. We would ask that the court allow the state to present this
I object
evidence
to the speaking.
to the jury.
Sustained.
Okay. What does it mean if someone isn't clicked with someone else?
What is a click?
Yeah, you tell me what it is.
I don't know.
Did you talk about Thug being clicked with anyone?
What is a click?
I would ask you to tell me.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall talking with the police about how many times shots have been fired at the gambling house?
I don't remember.
Was the gambling house shot at like 200 times in your estimation?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that the gambling house was shot at like 200 times?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
What is MDC?
At any time, did you
Y'all, I had to take a break from Miss Love voice. I'm sorry. I'm here though. I'm with y'all. Thank y'all for.
Did you ever tell the police that you believe that MDC had shot at the gambling
Objection
house?
403.
Your Honor, when the court ruled, do you recall people posting videos and pictures on Instagram after the shooting?
I don't know.
403 is a objection of
gambling house
pretty much
when it got shot at?
keep saying the same thing over and over.
Did you have a gun at the gambling house?
I
When it
Thanks,
got
Oak
shot
Cliff.
don't know.
I love y'all. Y'all holding it down today.
At the time that the shooting occurred at the gambling house, did everyone with a gun run out and start shooting?
It seemed like I haven't missed nothing but a whole bunch of I don't knows. I'm
Do you
sitting
recall
outside. I'm not
telling the
going back in
police
the courtroom. I can't
that
take no
you
more
did
today,
not
y'all.
run out because you didn't have a gun?
I don't remember.
Like the lives.
Confronted anyone.
Do you know whether or not Jeffrey Williams confronted anyone about his window getting shot out?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether or not Jeffrey Williams confronted Kel about his window getting shot out?
I don't remember.
Have you ever been shot before?
That's the answer.
I don't remember. It's wild.
You don't know whether you've been shot before?
Objection.
Thank
as
you,
preempted.
Sylvester. Thank you.
Having
Do you remember having seen, we're going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 424 Yankee. If you look at that and tell me whether or not that's the dugout or a place you remember being at and gambling.
You can bring closer. I can't see that far. I don't remember.
Derek, we watched Dolph on lunch, and I'll play Dolph some more after court is over today.
Yes.
You see the date that picture was posted?
No.
Could you zoom in at the bottom? No, she hasn't. Thank you. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Do you remember being at that location with the people depicted in that photograph prior to November? Bring that date in again. 7/2014.
I don't remember.
Who else in that picture with you?
I just know Mr. Sledge.
You only know Mr. Sledge?
Yeah.
What are y'all sitting on?
Like a pool table.
How many places have you been at with Mr. Sledge with the pool table?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm trying to establish where this is. You have no frame of reference to tell where this is?
No.
Do you know of more than one location that you've been at with the pool table?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Was your sister dating Moulton?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that your sister was dating Moulton?
Objection 403.
Your Honor, this is not 403. I mean, ask to approach it, I may.
You may.
Thank you.
Okay, y'all, while we got this bench conference, I'm gonna let y'all say hi to Miss Tasha. We sitting in here eating lunch.
What's up? What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all, watch the Big Bird on TV now. Watch the Big Bird. Do too much. She is Big Bird.
Thank y'all for showing Miss Tasha love.
No, y'all tired, huh? No, y'all tired. So, that's y'all hard.
Oh, and 403 pretty much means cumulative, which means, the same thing over and over. Y'all keep talking about 403. That's what that is. I'll put the case law up later on. Everybody still saying hey to Miss Tasha.
Come on here, let me see. Come on, back up.
The phone gonna die.
Okay.
They say we're gonna be watching this till 2036.
They're gonna be more like 2050. 2050, the way she going. That man gonna be up here for 2 weeks. 2 whole weeks, bro. 2 weeks.
2 weeks. We have Woody for 6
Happy
weeks.
Monday, y'all. And how y'all doing? Love, peace, and happiness. Stay positive. Positive energy, positive thoughts. Stay kind to each other.
Shout out to Miss Tasha, who never. Y'all, Miss Tasha do not miss a court date.
No, I don't.
That's
Oh, child.
barely, unless she go to home. If she go on vacation, but other than that,
Y'all know I'm always here. Know what I'm saying? Gonna be here. I told y'all to come a long time ago. I don't know why you're dragging your foot. So y'all can get the energy in the courtroom. See, the chat is cool.
yeah,
See, Kayla chat is cool. I support her chat. I support her. But coming in and getting a feel of the energy and seeing the lawyers, the defendants,
yes,
the DA, the judge, the media, it's a different feel. The energy is different. When you're on the chat, you see what's going on in the courtroom, but
but you don't feel the
you don't
energy,
feel
the
the
vibe,
energy, the vibe, the face expression,
the
body
arguing,
language, the arguing, the pettiness.
the everything.
You don't see Big Bird in action.
You can't see, like when you in the courtroom, you can see everybody.
You can see the witnesses come in. You can see everything.
Yeah.
You see everything, the whole courtroom. So I would tell you
They
all,
say freedom guys except Lil Rod.
come on in and get the energy if you can and feel the courtroom. Okay? So y'all have a blessed day. I'm finna go back in this courtroom and do what I do. Number one thing, keep God first. I'm a mom second, and I don't play third. Peace.
Gotta love Miss Tasha.
That's my mom. That's my mom. I'm gonna be doing what Doug's saying. Objection. You know what I'm saying? 403, 402, 401. No, Kayla know these law because she a lawyer, but I feel like I'm a lawyer, a mini lawyer in the process. All that sustained, overruled. You know what I'm saying? So y'all, I understand y'all pain. Y'all can't come and see that because it's heartening. I'm in the break room and I haven't even been back in the courtroom
Me either.
because
We can't sit in
we
there.
know what we're gonna be dealing with. So we'll just chat. Look at it on the chat. You feel me? But in the meantime, again, y'all keep supporting these boys, the YSL6. Keep supporting them. All blessings and peace and prosperity.
Lisa say in that order.
Get the witness back in, please.
Hey, we're back.
Yes, Your Honor. Question no. Mr. Zachary, are you gonna remember anything that I asked you today?
No,
Judge, I asked the court's permission to treat Mr. Zachary as a hostile.
I told her I feel it hit my head.
Thank you.
Would you please use the microphone, Ms. Love? Thank you.
And if you want to move that other mic closer to him.
Okay, which one?
The one he's using. that moves.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Zachary, isn't it true that initially you and your friends thought that MDC shot up the dugout, which you also call the gambling house?
Objection to speculation as to what his friends thought.
Your Honor,
As to that, sustained.
isn't it true that you thought that MDC shot up the dugout or the gambling house initially?
I don't remember.
Isn't it true that you discussed amongst your friends the belief that MDC shot up the dugout or the gambling house initially in December 2014?
Who was my friends?
Partially Thug, Montunk, Shannon.
I ever told y'all that my
Objection as
friends?
to hearsay as to what his friends may have discussed with him.
Isn't it true that you and your friends later learned that Kel had told Gucci Red that If Gang shot up the dugout?
Objection as to speculation as to what his friends learned.
Sustained unless there's a basis you can establish.
Sure.
This is,
Did you,
this is one of those matters. It's not specifically the one I was referring to, but this is one of those matters that pre-trial we discussed and foundations would have to be laid.
Your Honor, I actually will rephrase that question. And I'll,
Excuse me, Your Honor, I don't believe your microphone is on. Thank you.
and Your Honor,
It is
Now she want to rephrase the question.
while Mr. Sharp is correct, I believe that this has already been litigated and the court did make a ruling in our favor with respect to this information. I'll point the court's attention to number 5 on the sheet. From the 2015, August 2015 interview. Yep, you can ask about it. Thank you. Isn't it true that you and the friends that I mentioned to the jury later believed that If Gang shot up the dugout?
Who was my friends? I don't got no friends.
You, Thug, Shannon, at the very least.
I can't speak for nobody else think.
Isn't it true that Kel told Gucci Red, who was Thug's child's mother, that If Gang did the shooting?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes.
Seems like our day is gonna consist of one point is pointless, as always. I'm not froze, y'all. I'm in a courtroom. No, I'm not talking. I'm just sitting here in the courtroom about to take another plea. So I'm here. We on our and thank you for the super chat, Eric Hudson. Thank y'all. Let me get some more super chats. And somebody dropped the link for membership. We are in 5 hours and 30 minutes and nothing has been done. He gonna be on the stand for 2 weeks. Looks like Miss Tasha said. For sure.
See my client,
Still waiting. Y'all, this the longest bench break in the world. What is going on? I'm about to take a plea, but trying to stay in sync. Waiting on judge come out. This is a waste of a day, bro. It's really sad. We could be watching Dolph, but I know as soon as I switch over, it's gonna be time to come back. Thank you, butt nuggets and all. Child, let me get some more members. I'm in a courtroom just waiting on the judge to come. So if I abruptly get off, it means the judge came out. But thank y'all for staying with me today. Thank y'all for helping me keep my numbers up. Thank you.
Whatever feels open.
Everybody, Melnick is doing good. I spoke to him today. He's doing good. I think that goes for any other county. Subscribe, like a live. Judge is out live. I'll be back.
The witness back, please.
Perfect timing.
Thank you. I want to make, yep, there it's working. Mr. Zachary, at some point, you and Thug and Moontunk and the friends who were at the gambling house with you when it was shot up came to believe that If Gang and not MDC shot up the gambling house. Is that right?
I don't know what nobody
Objection
came.
is the speculation as to what others believed.
You all,
Sustained on that.
you all discussed the fact that MDC wasn't the person or group that shot up the gambling house, but rather If Gang was, specifically Kel or Shell Kel.
Objection as to hearsay as to what others may have discussed.
Effect on the listener and the belief that Kelvin Watts and If Gang shot it up.
I mean, overruled.
Who is you all?
You, Mr. Williams, Mr. Sledge, and the people who were inside the dugout with you who ran outside with guns shooting back.
I don't know what nobody else thought. I can't tell you what they thought.
I changed that question to you all discussing that
I don't remember
fact. Do you
discussing
remember?
nothing like that.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that your sister was dating Moontunk?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Gucci Red had a child with defendant Jeffrey Williams?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Gucci Red told your sister
I don't remember
something that Kelvin Watts had told her?
that. I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Kelvin Watts during pillow talk admitted shooting up the gambling house?
Objection 403 as well as hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you remember telling police that Moontunk told Woody and Thug that it was Kel who shot out Thug's window?
I don't know.
Did YSL and If Gang, from that point on, not talk to one another?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police from the time that the dugout was shot up in December, you said to them, after being asked, y'all just don't talk to each other from that point on, right? You said, yeah. Do you remember saying that?
No.
And Detective Gaither said, meaning YSL and If Gang. Do you remember her saying that?
No.
And then you said they ain't really mess with each other. It was already tension in the air, but they waited until.
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember telling the police that there was already tension in the air between YSL and If Gang?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
No.
Okay. Now, you.
Could you please stop that with the microphone?
I got no control over what I do.
You asked the police about if they knew Yak, who is with Thug, who
Excuse
hangs
me?
with Thug.
Why the police standing right here like I don't know, I feel scared.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of, so you'll be okay.
Do you recall telling the police about helping Yak
after he had gotten into it with MDC, helping him out in a fight at the club.
Objection 403.
This is ruled in.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
And MDC is from Bankhead, correct?
I don't know.
All right. And MDC is not the same thing as if gang, correct?
I don't know.
Now, did you tell the police that you didn't go to Crucial, but you do hang out with YSL on the block?
What is block?
Did you tell did you tell the police that you hang out with YSL?
I don't remember.
Did you tell them that you hung out with them at Crucial, but not so much after you got shot in November?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police about Woody and Moontunk shooting at Kel?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury about the video between you, Moontunk, and talking or shouting out to Kel.
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police about it?
I don't remember.
Do you know when you made the video?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury who Trivia is.
I don't remember.
It's true that Trivia was at one point dating Moontunk, correct?
I don't remember.
And Trivia stopped dating Moontunk and started dating Kel, right?
I don't remember.
And you told the police about a video that you made with Moontunk calling out Kel, didn't you?
I don't remember.
And all this happened after the shooting at the dugout that you all believe If Gang and specifically Kel was a part of. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Did Shannon and Diamante Kendrick or Yak talk to you about the Donovan Thomas murder, didn't they?
No.
They talked to you in 2015 on January 10th, 2015 into the morning of January 11th, 2015, didn't they?
They told you no.
Now, do you remember parts of 2015 now?
I didn't know that day I was at home sick.
You were at home sick from what?
I was at home sick.
Okay. Did you stay at home the entire day?
I don't remember.
So if you don't remember, why are you saying you know for sure that you did not speak with Shannon and Yak about Donovan Thomas's murder?
Shit, they ain't come to my house.
You all went to Jeffrey Williams' house, didn't you?
No, I don't remember, no.
You told the police that you, Shannon, and Yak were at Jeffrey Williams' house together following Donovan Thomas's murder, didn't you?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury who Doo-Wop is.
Mr. Zachary, can
Huh?
I give you anything?
You say what?
I said, tell the jury who Doo-Wop is.
I don't know.
You told the police that Doo-Wop was also responsible.
Mr. Zachary, if you want to drink that water, then drink it. If not, stop playing with it.
Am I?
You can drink it.
You told the police that Doo-Wop was also responsible for the murder of Donovan Thomas, didn't you?
I don't know.
You told the police that both Shannon and Yak talked to you about the Donovan Thomas
Murder. Because y'all were at Thug's house talking about it, didn't you?
I don't know.
And the police asked you which house?
Characterization. This is the problem. That's not what the transcript says.
Your Honor, number one, I object to the speaking objection. And
How am I supposed to combat this?
and two, it doesn't matter what a transcript says. I'm asking questions.
Well, Your Honor, there needs to be a good faith basis. And we cannot just ask any question we want and just make up things and have him say, I don't remember. That's misleading to the
And
jury.
Your Honor, making up things.
Overruled. Ask the question.
All right. So Shannon and Yak talked to you about killing Donovan Thomas, partly because y'all were at the house talking about it, right?
No.
And you all were at Thug's house, right?
No.
The police asked you whether it was the new one or the old one, didn't they?
No. I don't know.
And you told the police it was the old one, his condo down there. Isn't that right?
I don't know.
You told the police that Yak was hanging with a girl named Bushi, correct?
I don't know.
And you told the police that based on what Yak and Shannon told you, they saw Nut at the barbershop, right?
I don't remember.
And you said that they saw him at the barbershop. And at the time, D was with them, but he later got into another car. Remember?
No.
The police asked you, which car were they in when they saw him? Do you remember that?
No.
And you told the police the Infiniti G35. Remember?
I don't know.
Do you remember the police asking you what color it was?
I don't know.
You told the police you forgot what color it was, but that Thug's manager, Amina, had rented it.
I don't remember.
You also told the police that you and Woody were in it. Later on, you said later that night.
I don't remember.
You said that you went to a little kickback.
That's a lie.
Which part is a lie? That you said it to police or that it happened?
I don't remember. I didn't know what they don't sound like. None is true.
So which part are you calling a lie?
You?
Okay. Well, which part of what I said was a lie?
Everything you ever said.
All right. So you told the police that you thought you had wrecked the car, didn't you?
Mr. Zachary, you thought you and Woody had wrecked the car.
I don't remember.
And you weren't drunk, but y'all were just flying, trying to see how fast the car could go.
If we wrecked it, I wasn't used after that.
It's what I just said about you all driving fast to see what the car was doing, something that you told the police.
I don't remember.
Now, You told the police that the car was definitely rented for Thug, correct?
And I told them that I never saw Thug in that car. I didn't tell them I definitely knew. I told them Woody told me.
So now you remember talking about the car.
I don't
and
remember.
Specifically the Infinity rented by Amina, correct?
I don't remember.
That you now say you told them you never saw Thug inside, correct?
I know I said that.
Huh?
I know I said that.
Okay. And you also said that the car was rented for Thug, correct?
I never said that. I know I say Woody told me. I remember that. And I say I never saw him in the car, so Woody had to be lying. I remember that.
You told the police that Thug let Shannon, Nard, and Yak drive that car, didn't you?
If we wreck the car, how can they drive it?
Did you tell the jury last week that while you were riding in the car, you spun out and the bumper came off?
I don't remember.
Now, you told the police as well that Shannon and Yak pulled up on Bushi.
I don't remember.
You also told the police that you and Muntu, you didn't know about what was going on with respect to the murder of Donovan Thomas. Is that right?
So how can I tell something else if I say I ain't know what was going on?
So is that right? You told the police
I
that
don't
y'all
remember.
didn't know?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Woody was scared at the time?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Woody had nothing to do with the murder?
I don't remember that.
Did you talk to the police about a gang meeting?
I don't know what a gang is.
You don't know what a gang is? Did you ever hear, do you remember talking to the police about If Gang and their beef with YSL?
I don't remember.
So when you hear If Gang, did you ever ask the police what a gang is?
I don't remember.
You told the police that the exact words Shannon told you as far as what happened was, we caught that in nut down bad.
Shannon never told me nothing.
But you told the police he did, didn't you?
I don't know.
You said, specifically, he said, we caught that nigga nut down bad.
Shannon never told me nothing. Yeah, Shannon don't even talk like that.
When you talked to the police, you told them, you asked him who? And Shannon told you him, Yak, and Dua. You remember that?
No.
And you told the police that according to Shannon, they had an AK, correct?
I don't remember.
And according to you, when you talked to police, they also had a 45.
I don't know.
You told the police that the 45 was Shannon's gun, according to what Shannon told you, correct?
Shannon never told me nothing.
You talked to the police as well about OG Bentley, didn't you?
I don't like talking about the dead.
OG Bentley is deceased?
Yes. Tragic.
When was he deceased? When did he die?
I think when I was in jail.
When, not where. When did he die?
I think when I was in jail, I was hearing it. Like he died. It's
Okay, so
tragic. I don't
do
like
you know
talking
for a
about that.
fact that that happened?
I I don't like talking about that.
All right. Do you know for a fact that that happened?
I don't like talking about the dead.
Did she? Yes. To the witness back, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Love.
And Judge, I'd ask that, if I could just be reminded, was it, I asked and got an answer to the question.
You
whether-
didn't get an answer.
Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you, Counselor. The gun that Shannon had was a 45, according to Shannon. Isn't that right?
No.
I'm going to show you what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 24 Charlie Charlie and ask you if you recognize this person.
My computer.
Oh. Permission to publish and post.
You may. I don't know if we're ready to yet, though.
She did not get jumped, y'all. She just got in a fight. She did.
1 second, Mrs. Zachary, we're putting up 24 Charlie Charlie after this.
Due to my condition, I don't know how many more days I'm not gonna be healthy.
Can we do something to get you any medicine or anything like that?
I don't want nothing from y'all. Y'all might kill me.
No, it was not related to this.
Do you recognize the person that the pointer is on?
No.
Isn't that OG Bentley?
I told you, Miss Love, I like speaking on the dead. I don't know if that's him though.
You don't know if that's him. All right, I'm going to show you 10 Charlie Charlie.
That is 10.
I'm sorry, that is 10. I'm going to show you 24 Charlie Charlie. What about the person who is depicted in 24 Charlie Charlie? Is that the person you know is OG Bentley?
I don't remember.
Do you know if that person is Kelvin Treadwell? Do you know that person to be named Kelvin Treadwell?
I don't remember.
They say it's 2 videos. In one video she won, and one video she lost.
Whether or not, do you recall?
I was gonna play it, but I don't want to support no negativity like that.
On Cleveland Avenue?
I don't remember.
Do you know if Bentley had a spot on Cleveland Avenue?
I don't like speaking on the dead, Miss Love.
We'll get through it as respectfully and quickly as possible. Do you know if OG Bentley had a spot on Cleveland Avenue on Oak Drive?
I don't remember.
You told the police that he did, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You told the police that as between Shannon and Yak, Shannon was
I'll
the one that
explain the
told
fight
you
on a break,
first
y'all.
about
I'll
feeling nuts,
explain it.
didn't you?
I don't remember.
And you told the police that both Shannon and Yak told you the same story, didn't they?
I don't remember.
You told the police that Shannon
Y'all,
told you
I did not want to say nothing
the
about this
same
fight, but I
night
knew it was
that
going to
Donovan
come.
Thomas got killed. What happened?
It could have been because I wasn't there. I was told I was at home, so I don't remember.
Didn't you tell the police that you went to Thug's house? You had just pulled up at Thug's house and walked in with Moontoon?
No, I just told you. I remember just telling you I was sick. I wasn't there.
Do you remember telling the police how Shannon was telling you that they were going to meet Bushi?
I don't remember no Shannon that night.
Do you know, or can you tell the jury who Bushi is?
I don't know.
Was Bushi dating Yak at the time?
I don't know.
You told the police that Shannon described how it was that they came upon Donovan Thomas and how they rolled back around and started shooting.
That's a lie. I lied if I did say it.
I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 23, Charlie, and ask you if you recognize this person.
I don't know.
I am not playing that fight.
Isn't that the person you call Nard?
I don't know him.
You don't know him at all.
No.
Do you remember telling the police that we shoot at them and they make a police report? They say we shoot at them and they make a police report, but they shoot at us and we say nothing?
I don't know.
You were talking about if gang being they and YSL being we, weren't you?
I don't know who they and who were.
I'm sorry?
I don't know who they and we are. I know who I am.
You told the police that you all went to Florida after Donovan Thomas's murder, didn't you?
I told you. I don't remember.
You told the police that you, Shannon, Dee, Woody, and Yak went to Florida. Isn't that correct?
I don't know.
You told them that you all went on a Sprinter van, didn't you?
I don't know.
Objection 403.
Overruled.
You said you don't remember?
I don't remember.
And this was in the further into the day after Donovan Thomas was murdered, correct?
I don't know.
You all came back a little bit early, didn't you?
I don't remember.
Woody expressed being concerned about people shooting at his house while he was down there, right?
I don't remember.
Now, Yak told you at a different time than Shannon told you about the murder. Isn't that correct?
Yak never told me nothing.
And Duop was Yak's friend. Isn't that correct?
I don't know no doo-wop.
You told the police when asked how Duop fits into all this, you said he's Yak's homeboy, correct?
I don't know.
And the police asked you, so him and Yak are close, correct?
I don't know.
And you said, yeah. Is that right?
I don't know.
Now, you told the police that you didn't know Duop personally, right?
I don't know.
You told him that you just say, what's up? And that's pretty much it. Is that right?
I don't know.
You told the police that the spot that Bentley had on Oak Drive was one where he sold drugs, right?
Bentley ain't never sold no drugs. He ain't like that. He ain't that type of person.
Did you tell the police that drugs were sold at Bentley's spot on Oak Drive?
I never saw Bentley sell no drugs.
That's not what I asked. Did you tell the police that drugs were sold at Bentley's spot on Oak Drive?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
No.
Sir?
No.
Okay. Now, Bentley did used to drive a white Nitro, didn't he?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that he did drive one, but he wrecked it or something by August 2015?
I don't know.
And did you tell the police that Bentley had a child with Nut's sister?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that in the hours after Donovan Thomas's murder, that Thug was acting sort of nonchalant? He was acting sort of, he wasn't excited or anything.
I know I ain't say that.
You also talked to police and told them that even though you had nothing to do with it, you went down to Florida just to go down there.
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Thug had a show down there?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that after the shooting, you said you didn't describe him as nonchalant. Did you call him normal?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Motu didn't go down to Florida with you?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that the mood while y'all were in Florida was that they were afraid?
I don't know what somebody else moved there.
Did you tell the police that?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the police about a rumor regarding Woody and Lucci's studio?
I don't know.
Do you know about a place called TIG?
I don't know.
Do you know about a studio called TIG?
I don't know.
Is the Vault studio a place that you're familiar with?
I don't know about no studios.
Do you remember talking to the police about when YSL first shot at Kel?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that was the one that really escalated?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that was just guns up for both sides?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Tay shot Kel?
I don't remember.
Do you remember talking to the police about Woody getting jumped on?
I don't remember.
And do you remember talking to the police about people jumping on Bloody J after that?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that they pulled off and that Kel had already gone?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you all ran up the street? Sir?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you all went in two separate cars?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug was with you and Shannon that night that Woody got jumped on at the club?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug was on stage performing and that Woody was making his way up to the stage flashing money?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that as Woody was making his way up to stage flashing money, that he got jumped, he got pulled down?
I just told you I don't remember.
Let's take a
Do-
quick break. Sorry, thought that was a good time for break. So let's go ahead and take one.
93 Yankee that has already been shown to the defense. Are you able to see 493 Yankee? If you need to pull it as close to your face as you can to see it, let me know. Do you recognize the people in that photograph,
Kind of blurry.
sir?
It kind of blurry.
It's kind of blurry. Do you need me to bring it to you bigger? Do you see your,
I recognize people.
and is that a fair and accurate picture of what you looked like at the time that that photograph was taken?
Yeah, man.
All right. Do you remember about when this photograph was taken?
No.
Okay. Do you remember?
Let me see it.
Go ahead. No?
I see the date.
Yes, sir. Can
No.
you need me to?
I always want me to say the date.
No, no, no. Does looking at the date remind you of about when it was taken?
No.
All right. Do you remember where you were when it was taken?
No.
Okay. Do you see who you're in the photograph with?
Yes.
Who are you in the photograph with?
Me and Shannon.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the photograph of you and Shannon taken at that time?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 493 Yankee. And just so that anyone from the defense sees, there you go. I'll let Mr. Shar see it. State tenders 493 Yankee.
It's admitted.
Mr. Zachary, what we're gonna do is look up at the screen and we're gonna blow up 493 Yankee, okay? And then I just want you to tell the jury as we blow it up, starting with the people inside, if we could blow it up a little bit more, the faces, tell the jury who the pointer is on now.
Me.
That's you in the white shirt?
Yeah.
And the person to your left with the black hoodie on, who is that?
Shannon.
Okay. And if you will push it up, that date, January 16th, 2015, when you looked at it, was that around the date that this photograph was taken, or
I don't know.
was it taken obviously before this date?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, obviously.
Lil D at RO5 Lil D. Who is that?
I don't know.
Okay. And that caption at the bottom, would you read that?
Can't read.
Let me ask you something. Okay. Did you say earlier that you read newspapers? You saw an article in a newspaper. Did I get that right?
I don't know.
You don't remember? We gangster in every city we go. That sound about right?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Now, when you post things on social media, who puts the captions on your posts?
Who said I posted that?
I'm asking you a question, not that you posted it. I'm asking you who puts the captions on your posts.
Anybody I get a phone to and ask them for a caption.
So you ask people to put captions on your posts? All right. When you talked about the Club Crucial fight where Rudy got jumped on,
You and Thug stayed in the club while everyone else went outside after Woody got jumped on. Is that right?
I don't know.
That's what you told the police, though, right?
I don't know.
And you told the police that everybody went to get guns, right?
I don't know.
Um, did you tell the police that Thug was the money?
What?
Did you tell the police that Thug was the money?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you talk to the police about Shannon swinging on Bloody J?
I don't know.
Did you talk with the police about who shot up Lucci's mama's house?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that? Your Honor, okay.
Thank you, Judge. Oh, there he is. Mr. Zachary, at the time that Lucci's mom's house got shot up, Lucci was hanging with Kellen then, wasn't he?
I don't know.
You told the police that, didn't you?
I don't know.
All right. You believed that at one point, Kel shot at Summer at the Crystals, didn't you?
I don't know.
All right. Do you remember telling the police that Trevia and Summer's cousin were at the Crystals and Kel and them had words?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that during that time you were in Miami
I don't know.
and you weren't in that car?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that the night when Demikian got jumped was the first time they ever let you ride with them when they went to do something?
I don't know.
You told the police that you had bought a 7.62 and a Draco, correct?
I don't know.
And in fact, you bought the Draco for yourself when Summer's car had gotten shot up, right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you who runs YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Thug wasn't right there when they started YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that your brother and Slug started YSL?
I don't know.
Did the police ask you, what about DK?
I don't know.
Do you know who DK is? Do you know Walter Murphy? Did you tell the police that Tay, Slug, and a few of their friends who grew up together started YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Slug told Thug what was going on and Thug just ran with it?
I told him he was just a rapper, so and that's his friend, so that's why I remember telling him.
I'm sorry, one more time for me.
I remember telling him that he was a rapper and that was his friend stuff. I remember telling him that.
That who was a rapper
Mr. Wade.
and who was his friend's stuff?
YSL.
Who was his friend?
Slug.
Okay. And that Thug just ran with it.
I just say he just put in his songs.
Okay, that's what you said. All right. Now, did you, during the time that you knew Mr. Williams early on, did you ever know him to be with Rock Crew?
I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Jeffrey Williams was never Red Cartel, he was with Rock Crew?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Rock Crew and YSL are the same thing?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that they fell out with Boo because Boo was snitching on Mo and that's when they started YSL?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that YSL is a gang, but it's also a clothing name, just for the record?
I don't remember.
Did the police show you some photographs? Specifically, they showed you one of Doo-Wop.
I don't remember no photos.
Did you sign a picture of Duop and put your signature over it?
I don't remember no photo.
Did you look at a picture of Nard?
I don't remember no photo.
Did you tell the police about how long Moontunk knew your dad?
I don't remember.
Right. Did you identify Yak for the police?
I don't,
Did you identify Shannon for the police?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police or write for the police an SB over Shannon's picture?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that SB stands for Shannon Badass?
Man, ain't nothing bad about it. I don't remember.
Okay. Did you tell the police that the night that Donovan Thomas got killed, Shannon had a 45?
I told you earlier, no. I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Duop and Nard were in the car and Nard was driving?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that in addition to Shannon, Nard also told you at Thug's house,
I don't remember.
at the condo?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police how you linked up with Shannon, Thug, and Yak and the rest after Donovan Thomas' murder?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Moontunk called you?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Moontunk told you someone had killed Donovan Thomas?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Moontunk followed you to Thug's house?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police you left Summer's car at Thug's house when you all went to Miami?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Lil D was at Thug's house?
I don't remember.
Did you point out or did you talk to the police about a different shooting that happened on April 26, 2015 at the Sitco on Jonesboro Road?
I don't know nothing about that.
Okay. Do you remember yesterday when I showed you a photograph, or not yesterday, but last week when I showed you a photograph and asked you if you recognized Nard in the photograph?
Totally don't know.
Okay. That's okay. Let me see. Is it? Yeah. I need a stick. Do you remember identifying Bentley in the photograph?
I don't remember.
Do you remember identifying DK in the photograph?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Bentley had a little nitro every day?
Bentley what?
Had the nitro every day.
I don't remember.
Okay.
Do you remember talking to the police about the Little Wayne bus shooting? Did you go to the compound that night?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you were with Slug when you went to the compound?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you went in two different cars?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police you were in a Benz, a white Benz?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that you were at La Croix before you went to the compound?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug's sister went to the compound because everyone was deep?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that she was in her truck?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that it was an Explorer, a two-door Explorer?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that DK was with her when she pulled up?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that DK and them pulled her out of the car?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that the sister of Thugs that was there was Max?
I don't know.
Do you remember the police asking you if after the compound, did everybody go back to the studio at any time?
I don't know.
You may.
Do you remember telling the police how you all went to the studio later on that night?
I don't know.
Do you remember talking about going to Magic City and La Croix
I don't know.
that night before you went to the compound?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Pee Wee was in his Camaro?
He was already locked up for it. So I knew it was on the news, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry, what now?
He was already locked up for it. Everybody knew it was on the news.
Okay, but I'm talking about
the night of the shooting
The night of-
was Pee Wee in his Camaro?
You said, did I tell them? Yes, after he had already been convicted of it.
Okay. At the time, were you at the compound when Pee Wee and Max and DK were all at the compound?
I don't know.
So do you remember whether or not Pee Wee was in his Camaro?
I don't know.
And do you remember telling the police that Pee Wee was in his Camaro?
I remember seeing it on the news and I ran with it.
Is that the only way that you knew Pee Wee was in the Camaro?
Yes.
Did you tell the police, or rather, did you ever go inside the compound once you got there?
I don't remember no compound.
Do you remember telling the police that you never went inside the club and a lot of you all did not go inside the club?
I don't know.
Do you remember Detective Gaither asking you what was y'all's reason for going there?
I don't know.
Do you remember answering, just go in the club? I guess they had YSL shirts on and stuff.
I don't know.
Your Honor, just 1 second before I ask this next question. Did you tell the police, or better yet, did Pee Wee, was he also known as Roscoe?
I don't know.
All right. And did you believe that Pee Wee went in there just to get into it with Wayne?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you tell the police that he just wanted to be seen, start shit, or just be seen?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that after the bus was shot, you met up at the studio and that Max's truck was in there, was with them, and Pee Wee's car?
I don't know.
Right. Do you know what gang Pee Wee Roscoe is in?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police he's a Crip?
I don't know. You keep saying something about this same incident. I told you everything I said about it was already on the news.
Okay. Did was Shannon present with you and the other people I just named on the night everyone went to the compound?
I don't know.
Did Shannon FaceTime Thug that night?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Shannon FaceTime Thug, but Thug didn't answer?
Oh,
You didn't tell him that?
I don't think I said no Shannon. I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you were right there when he FaceTimed Thug, but he didn't answer?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you? Yes. Your Honor, if we can approach, I can show the court. And Mr. Zachary, let me rephrase and apologize. Was Roscoe, were you present when Roscoe FaceTime Thug,
I don't know.
not Shannon? All right. Do you remember telling the police that Roscoe FaceTime Thug, but that Thug didn't answer?
Yeah, I remember because they kept trying to make it seem like Mr. Williams had that set up. Yes, I remember.
And what now?
Yes, I remember telling them that because they kept trying to make it seem like Mr. Williams told them to do it.
Told who to do what?
Roscoe to do what he did.
Okay. And do you remember telling the police that you were at a gas station on Northside Drive when that happened? When Roscoe FaceTimed Thug?
Yes, because they kept trying to make it seem like Mr. Williams had something to do with it, and I was telling him he didn't.
Now, when you say they kept trying to make it seem like that, what happened to make you believe that?
Because the way they were sent, like, oh, like they'll say something, oh, ain't nobody just doing that without getting proved from this person to that person. I'm like, man, don't nobody tell nobody what to do. I'm like, he ain't, you know what I said. You got paper if you gonna tell the truth.
You understand that the only person that can give testimony is you on the stand, right? That was the question. Okay. Now, did you ever buy a gun for Woody?
I bought it, and I think he stole it or something like that.
You think it got stolen?
I remember buying a gun.
Uh-huh. Okay. Did you buy that gun for Woody?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you remember telling the police that you purchased a Taurus PT 140 40 caliber firearm?
Yes,
Do you remember seeing the receipt for
yes,
the guns?
yeah.
Do you remember seeing your handwriting on a receipt for a Diamondback 223?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to the police about a gun that you left in Monktunk's car?
Yes.
All right.
Man, how long I'm about to be up here, man? Goddamn head. What?
I said, I'm almost through.
Keep asking these same questions. Yes, I remember everything about the guns I bought.
Okay.
I'm convicted of it.
All right.
I'm trying to have patience, y'all. I'm up
Do
here.
you remember
Chest hurt,
the
head hurt.
Okay. Did the police, after you were arrested with that gun at the gas station, do you know if they searched your house?
Yes.
And do you know everything that they found?
No.
Okay. Did the police ask you about Demekion Garlington's phone number?
I don't know.
Okay.
We done.
Mr. Zachary, you're welcome. Have that water if you want.
I need some drugs. narcotic, like, I got chronic care issues, you know that. She keep asking the same questions.
She's also asked you if you needed somebody to get your
They might kill me. I'm scared.
Thank you. Do you remember talking to the police about if gang shooting on Empire Park at YSL?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police or identifying for the police doo-wop in his car?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you knew Nard since you were 12 years old?
I don't remember.
Do you remember IDing Yak for the police?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police about a Draco with a shoulder strap
I don't remember.
that Nard had the day before the murder?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Nard was from Browns Mill?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Nard had Bentley's Nitro every day?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Roscoe is a hype man for Jeffrey Williams?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police, in addition to Yak, Shannon, and Duop, that defendant Williams also allowed Nard to drive the Infinity?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know.
Now, did you tell the police that you saw defendant Shannon Stillwell I'm sorry. Did you tell the police that you went to Florida with Demekion, Shannon, Kenneth, Diamante, and Nard?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Nard left for Florida before the other people did?
I don't remember.
What I miss, y'all? What I miss? I just got done taking a plea.
Did you talk to the police again in 2017?
I don't remember.
All right.
You gotta go through all this same stuff again?
Do you think you remember more about 2017?
No, I don't remember nothing 2017. I don't remember nothing. You keep asking me the same question up here in pain, chest hurt, head hurt. Y'all, that's illegal. I don't know about my rights, but I'm pretty sure y'all violating them. I'm allergic to Tylenol.
She could do this, but I don't know why she would, but she could.
Yes.
Where I go?
Okay, y'all, what's happening? Let me see. Okay, guys, green hearts if you can hear me, because for some reason I cannot hear. Let me know, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Oh, okay, y'all can hear me. So I just got done taking a plea, and the crazy thing about it is I saw someone when I told you guys that I was going to take a plea. Some people put in the chat saying make sure it's not a 30 year probation plea, or make sure it's a good plea. And it's interesting because the plea was a 25 years to serve 7. My client has 6 previous felony convictions, and the charges were statutory rape and trafficking, guys. And it was 25 years to serve 7. He's already served 5 years in custody. And it just made me think, like, even him is he didn't even get 30 years probation. So it's just crazy to me that they gave this man 30 years probation. And I just got someone with 6 previous felony convictions, a rape and a trafficking, less probation than that. And that's all I could really think about while I was taking the plea. What do you guys think about that? Amanda, I don't agree with that. He said he's been an addict his whole life. He definitely said he's been an addict his whole life. Yeah, I don't know why you guys are saying he said prescription drugs. He definitely said he's been an addict. And he also said that um he never said due to his illness or because he's sick. He also said that he had been suffering from anxiety for over
Okay.
30 years. I can replay it for you guys.
Date. So is there anything anybody needs to bring up or deal with, or any short matters? Yeah, why don't everybody come up to the bench?
He said addicted to drugs for over 30 years. I've taken 3 pleas today and 1 bond hearing. He did not say that. I'm going to replay it. He did not say. He's 31 years old. That's why we were replaying it. We replayed it so many times. Yes, he said that he was on green lean. He said he drank green lean. Dennis Schaub got up there and said, my client has been addicted to drugs for over 30 years. He did not say prescription drugs. He's on both. But what we were specifically talking about is when he got up there and said, my client's been addicted to drugs for over 30 years and that he has had anxiety for over 30 years, which is virtually impossible. He may have said he uses prescription drugs, but those were 2 different conversations. This is what we're talking about. He called his client an addict for over 30 years. The point is pointless. The point is he can't be addicted to drugs. I mean, he can't verbalize that he was addicted to drugs at 1. No one is saying that a 1-year-old was addicted to drugs.
So I'm not going to adjourn for the day. Whoa, hang on, sorry, my bad. I mean, I'm going to wait for a few minutes for Miss Love to come back, just in the event she might have something to report that we all need to hear. I doubt it, but as soon as we hear back from her, I think we can adjourn for the day.
The thing is, he should have just said he's been on drugs for his adult life. He just shouldn't have gave a number. That's the only problem. And he shouldn't have called his client an addict on national TV. He should have asked for the cameras to be cut.
No, we just,
Okay.
no, we can, I think we can accommodate what he needs to get.
Okay. All right. Well, if there's nothing else for today, I will see everybody at the designated time tomorrow.
No. No. Okay.
All right.
Well, I guess we're done for the day, guys. Give me a few minutes and I will let you guys know something. If we can get Dolph on, or maybe we'll watch Dolph tonight. But I guess we're done for today.